guys, welcome to Stay Fishy Friday. I'm still on the phone. Sorry, but they already asked me all the information needed to identify who I am. So they're checking on the phone call they received that changed my information. I couldn't log on to my banking no more. So they're checking on that now. I figured I can go ahead and start the show and be with you guys. And I can, if you guys bear with me when she comes back on, I can just answer her questions or whatever. So Jerry's on his way up here, and we'll get this show started for you guys. How about that? And no, there's no Josh. Josh is in Tennessee for this entire weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And it's the first time him and his wife have been separated since they started dating. They've never done anything without each other before. And now Josh is down there at Gio's, I don't know, whatever it is, something to do with one of his friends. So, you know, she's home here with the kids. I'm like, you can bring them over at Gramps' house anytime, you know, blah, blah, blah. And she said, oh my God, it's the first time I'm away from your son since we started dating. Well, you know, I felt so bad for her. So, yeah, she's watching the grandkids and he's down in Tennessee. But Josh is a good guy. He ain't going to do nothing stupid. So don't worry about that. Thank you for the Suan says she loves the shirt. Let me go back in these comments here and catch up to them. Why? It won't let me scroll up. There we go. Okay. I want you guys talking to each other for sure. Bellstar says, I like that blue boat. And hello. Well, hello, Bellstar. The boat is a Chris Craft with a 454 big block Chevy in it. And the first thing I noticed about that boat when I got it was it had the tiniest Holly carburetor I've ever seen, a Holly 450. What do you, have you tried breathing through a straw? You know, it's suffocating that motor. First thing I did was went and bought a Holly 850 double pumper and put on there, and that boat woke up. Oh my God. So it runs good now. Everybody's coming up with a bunch of different names. Do you guys hear this? Is that bothering you guys? I can try and turn it away or put it in my shoulder or something. Rich is late. It's 5:02. I hope the snake didn't eat him. That's so funny. Yeah, I couldn't log on to my online banking and said my phone number does not match and or no. First off, my password wouldn't match. I couldn't log on. So I called them and then they couldn't verify me because my phone number didn't match. Somebody did get into my banking account, but they verify the funds are all still there. Everything's good. So they're just trying to get my account back to my name now. So whoever was doing dirt made it into my account, but didn't get the money out of it, which is amazing to me. Lars Bremen says Rich is talking to himself again. Lars, you don't know how much that happens, brother. Jerry will walk into the room and I'm just talking away and it's to myself. You all right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Catching my breath.
You catch your breath, brother.
I can't. The butt frogs were the best, man.
Oh, they were in that. The one commercial I remember the most. That's it. That's it. That's the one. I loved it. All three frogs were, each one would, you know.
What?
That and the Clydesdale. I love the Clydesdale horses.
Clydesdales.
Oh, I mean, amazing. That that was the best part about the Super Bowl every year was the Budweiser commercials.
I was
It was
wanting to
awesome.
ride. You ever stood up next to a Clydesdale?
No.
That's one massive animal, man. I always wanted to ride one. I never read anything bigger than quarter horse, Arabian, you know, the regular.
Back when I owned horses, I told my dad I wanted a Clydesdale, and he, boy, what in the hell for? I go, because they're beautiful, they're huge, and I'm a big guy. I want a big
got a
horse.
hoof the size of your dinner plate, man.
He said them are nothing but hay burners. I'm like, what do you mean hay burners? They'll eat you out of house and home, and you ain't good for nothing. I'm like, Dad, it's a beautiful horse.
Hook him up to the corner of your home, he'll move it for you.
Oh, Jerry says he was watching me. You were watching me?
I am watching you.
He's always around. I can't get away from this guy. I walk into the deck, he's there. I walk into the kitchen, he's there. I go onto the live stream, he says, I'm watching.
I think I was talking to somebody else, but yeah.
Okay. Still funny. Oh, drinking word. What's a drinking word tonight, guys? Let's go with deck. We got to do deck. Since we got a new deck, we got to do deck. How about that?
Yeah, that was snake too.
Someone said it was hilarious. I read it earlier. I'll catch up to it soon. Someone says, name the snake Skylar. If you know, you know.
Nah, that's a better name for the damn boy, that frog.
You guys are just mean people.
Snake's got to have some class. Cane toad, no class.
Sean says, I hope Rich didn't get robbed. That was my fear. I can't go on this live stream and be happy and talk to people if I'm thinking, oh, my money's gone. You know, I was so stressed until this lady that's on this call right now said, okay, I see in the account there's this much, there's this much. I'm like, yes, in the savings and the checking. Yes, perfect. Thank you. And whatever they did, however they got online and changed my phone number and my login stuff, and they changed my email. They changed it to bigrich540@hotmail.com. So that's the way we can get a hold of the person that did this. You know, everybody text them. You know, you piece of shit, you know, blah, blah, blah. You tried logging on. You know, he got my, somehow he got my information and he logged on. And he changed my phone number because they can't verify me. They verify me with my phone number. Okay, here's my social security number. Here's my phone number. Oh, no, that's not the phone number. I'm like, yes, it is. It's been the same for 9 years. I've been with PNC. I've never changed it. And they couldn't see when it was changed. They just know that this is their number and it's not the one I'm saying. So it comes out to like a 503 area code. And so someone did get into my account and was able to change the email, the phone number, and now I couldn't log on at all. So I thought all my money's gone, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, I work hard for what little bit of money I get, you know, and
I hope he's in some good time. I mean, I hope he's busted.
yeah.
I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to find him.
No, we've got an email and a phone
It
number.
doesn't even take a black hat to do that.
Oh, I was going to say, someone said, come on in. That was me. I said, come on in, Jerry. Because Reaper ain't here. He was supposed to be here.
Well, Josh isn't here tonight.
I
As long
know.
as Josh isn't here, we don't start till 6.
Right, but that's why I told Reaper, come on, you know, he said yesterday, he was here yesterday, he said he's come by tomorrow, and I'm like, great, we'll just do the live stream. And then, you know, 2, 3 o'clock, I'm like, okay, where's Reaper? Is he coming? And I try calling him, and he don't answer my calls.
Yeah, everybody in the family's using his car right now. Plus whatever running around he's doing.
Oh, Summer Lee, she put on there, he had a treat and ate all of that, so I'm fighting myself not to put the other one out there. Whatever that means, side project, talking to somebody, but she just texted me and said, you know, you should go check out online. Somebody put on there that, are you serious? Reaper and Curtis are suing Big Rich for asbestos poisoning for helping with the roof? I'm like, what the hell is this shit? So I deleted it.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of people out there screwing with you, man. You're just gonna have to catch them and bust them.
Well, we know it was DJ was the last one.
I know it, but it don't do no good to even kick his ass. He just love it more.
No, he needs a good ass kicking. If I ever see him, I will whoop his ass.
I don't think I'd whoop his ass because I think he'd enjoy it too much.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to think about that.
It's kind of like that guy on Dirty Harry who pays to get his ass kicked.
Bell says, glad to hear from you, Jerry. I'm just saying. You know, she's a very caring person.
Thank you, Belle. I like what you do for this place.
What she does for this place?
Yeah, well, there's always a smile when you see her. When she's talking to you. You know, so that brings a smile around here. We need that.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, really?
Yeah, they do know your credit card information. The credit card is against your somehow they can see transaction history as well.
Oh, no. I don't even know the transaction history. Yeah, without seeing it, I can't tell you what it is.
Yeah, they weren't able to. And you said you had a lot of emails, correct?
Yeah, from trying to do like fidelity insurance, this and that. Click here for your subscription to continue, or something like that, or start your subscription. It was like 30 emails, and first thing I did, I just deleted them because I see a bunch of junk email. I delete them. I'm not going to click nothing on an email. I learned that a long time ago. But then I see one of the emails was my information has been changed on PNC. I'm like, what? So I call PNC and they're like, we can't help you. That's online. And I'm like, oh, geez. So then I call online and they're like, well, maybe you can go into the bank and get verified there. And finally they transfer me over to you when they found out that the phone number and the email was changed. So that's when I got to you guys, the fraud, prevention line. It's been crazy.
Yeah, they do a lot of your.
Well, you know what? Once they were able to log in online, they could read the credit card stuff. So that makes sense. But I don't know how they got my login information. Because obviously from what I've understood so far, they logged in as me and then changed the phone number and changed the email. So far as the two things I know that they changed. And then I couldn't get verified because the phone number was different. But if PNC had a way of looking back in time, like 3 days ago, you'd see that the phone number was this phone number, and it was that way for the last 9 years.
Yeah, that phone number. It does look like the phone number, the one that they changed.
Okay. So we got their phone number. We got their phone number, and we got their email. We can find out who this is.
Yeah.
That's
Like finding out exactly who this is. Would require you to file
Oh, I can do that.
If you're interested in following the police report and finding out who this is.
Yeah.
All your information back. So I just want to keep it.
Hang on 1 second. Okay, you want to verify what? Oh, that's bigrich or bigrich540@gmail.com, not Hotmail, Gmail. Exactly. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Sure, hang on a second, I'll go look. Put you on speakerphone. I'm minimizing you. Going to my email. All right. The one-time passcode is 586971. Yes, everybody, the Dwight Howard tank is finally up and running. Good job, Raheem. I'm sorry, we're in the middle of the live stream here, and you've been on hold on.
Yes, you're
I
temporary
don't
on
know,
hold.
500 people on the speakerphone. So now I took you off speakerphone, and I'm talking to you, but I'm still answering their questions. Okay, the phone number is 216, and don't worry, guys, y'all know my phone number. It's fine. 216-773-0407. Mark Bridge says, why are you giving out passcodes? Because it was a single passcode for a single event that was only good for probably 15 minutes. It'll never be used for anything else again. And you don't know where I'm logging in at, so you're fine. Oh, there it is. Yes, ma'am. That's the comment I was talking about.
Oh, yeah. I like their taste, but I still think it fits the cane toad better. Sudan. Yeah,
Yes.
it's Sudan.
Sue-Ann, you're just mean. She says that snake is too pretty to be called Skylar. Bellstar says, now I have your number. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. And Bella, you had my phone number, so don't act all cheeky here. She says, now I have your number. Ha ha ha. Because I just gave it to the lady on the phone. They all had my number. Everybody has my number. It's on the internet.
You're all part of the family anyway, ain't you? Oh, we got a super chat already. Name your first pet. Nah, that's wrong.
No. I appreciate it. Sure, hang on a second.
Now this is normal around here. 2 or 3 things all going on.
You're
at
jumping
the same
ahead. We're
time.
still back here, so hang on a second. You're getting ahead of me.
Well, I wasn't answering anybody. I was just saying it's normal around here with 2 or 3 things happening at the same time.
Okay, hang on a second. Okay. Everybody listen up. Here's the code. 722401. Okay. Okay. Whatever you do is all right with me. You already verified and nobody took my money and we're good. I'm happy.
Now all we need to do is bust the bastard.
Oh my God. Harley Gemma goes, right. Why associate that beautiful snake with her memory? Oh my God. Morticia's a better name.
Yeah,
Wow, you people are just Oh my, the Skylar bashing has started early, like someone else just said.
Yeah, Bob said it started earlier.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
Skylar is a person that used to live here, and she was just a mean, girl with a what do you want to call that?
Agnostic.
No, I deserve everything. It's all for me. Everything has to be about me.
Agnostic. Everyone.
No,
Self-centered.
it's definitely self-centered. But it was the complex something. I don't know. But she was not. And the first 4 months she was sweet, but the next 2 years she was just mean, and she kept getting meaner and meaner. And I kept trying to tell her, you can't live here, if because she's living here free, just supposed to help around here. You're living here, you can't keep living here if you're going to treat me like shit. Be nicer. And she chose to move out that day, and she moved out, and ever since then, everybody's Skylar bashing. So. I have a live stream every Friday night. All these people are just like, this and that. There were some people who loved Skylar, some people that hated Skylar. A lot of people hated Skylar. And even my house guest here, Jerry, he couldn't stand her. And I didn't see it because, she's young and pretty and nice and everything else. And I'm letting her get away with murder. And next thing you know, I started seeing it all, I started seeing it more and more and more. I don't know. I'm just taking up time while you're doing your thing over there. Okay, I'm just giving you useless information.
No such as narcissist.
Narcissistic behavior for sure. YouTube for Ohio Fish Rescue. I run basically the world's largest personal rescue there is. Of course, Georgia Aquarium is a bigger rescue than we are, but they're funded by government and all this other stuff. We're private. No, we do not. Georgia Aquarium has a 3 million gallon tank with sharks in it.
We've only got 200,000.
200,000 gallons is what I got here. Yeah, but
only
what are them sharks? The whale sharks. They have 3 whale sharks in a 3 million gallon tank.
Yeah, they're easy.
That's insane. I would love to have that. What's that? Oh, then he probably heard of me. Yeah, for sure. Ohio Fish Rescue. Ask him about it. And if not, turn him on to it. We have
I'm sorry. Deb Charge says, poor bank lady. She got to deal with this.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, he's got the sickness. It's only going to get worse. It don't get better. He's going to get bigger tanks. He's going to get more. That's it. He's hooked. His brain is cooked. He's done for.
What's he got? A baby?
She's talking about her husband has got the fish sickness.
A baby red tail.
He's got multiple tanks, and they keep getting bigger, and he keeps getting more fish.
Well, at least he's doing it with a little class, not just getting a baby red tail.
He just bought an Oscar 2 weeks ago.
Oh well. Good luck with that.
Well, you know what? When you think your husband is crazy, log on to Ohio Fish Rescue on YouTube or TikTok. On TikTok, we almost got 1 million followers. But log on to there and look up Ohio Fish Rescue, and you'll see that your husband isn't crazy yet. These people are crazy at Ohio Fish Rescue. I built a whole extension onto my house just for the fish rooms, because at my last house, I had a fish tank in every room, and it was way hard to take care of, do the water changes, not spill on the carpet, blah, 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 tank leaking here. Oh my God, this and that. So I swore at this new house, I'm going to build on an extension, and I'm going to have all the tanks in there. And it worked that way very well for the first year. And then my indoor pool room started getting covered with tanks, and now it's surrounded by tanks all the way around, big ones too, 1,000 gallons, 750 gallons, another 1,000 gallon, another 1,000 gallon, a 700 gallon, another 1,000 gallon. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So yeah, you got to log on to see everything that's going on.
Oh, yeah, tell her about the yard sale.
I have a 4,400 gallon tank here. I have a 58,000 gallon pool pond here. that's made into a predator pond with 4 foot, 5 foot fish in it.
Stop by for a tour. Get back
Well,
online.
here's what you do: you go home and you call him, whatever, and you tell him, "Hey, I know Big Rich," and see if he's like, "What do you mean you know Big Rich? How do you know Big Rich?" If he's heard of me, if he hasn't, then you can turn him on to Ohio Fish Rescue. But anybody that's in Ohio Fish Rescue and watches us knows Big Rich. Oh, awesome. Well, hey, we just had the Dirt Monkey here, which is a big YouTuber. He was here with over 1 million followers, and now on. Have you ever saw the show Tanked? Oh my goodness! How could you not have seen that? Well, it's a TV show, and they make tanks
Not
for
that many
like
people watch
celebrities.
the Animal Planet.
And it's awesome. And Brett Raymer, the guy on there, there's 2 guys, Brett and Wade. Well, Brett is the bald guy. He's coming over here Monday now. He's going to be here for the day, Monday and Tuesday. He's going to be here doing a video collab with me. So you got to get your husband in on this. Brett Raymer, write it down. Write down Big Rich, Brett Raymer. Start name dropping, okay? If your husband's into fish, he knows us. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be right with you. They're all in the live stream just watching me be on a phone call. Oh, man. I know why you got to do that. I appreciate it. But, man, I can't remember my credit card numbers because I keep getting them replaced. That's okay. I've got a block. Go ahead. Yeah, the 15563 Colebright Road, Strongsville, Ohio, 44136. They didn't change that. That's good.
uh,
Well, once I'm able to log on, I can see if there's any other weird charges, but they would only be for, like the email got sent to me yesterday. I didn't see it till today because I get thousands of emails. So I'm going through and, blah, blah, blah. And finally I get to this one, and it said it was yesterday of PNC. So anything from yesterday to today that showed up, or maybe even something ain't showed up yet, I'll check out once I'm online. Oh, really? Then they weren't online because you can see all the cards online. You know what? Maybe. Okay, was that his phone number or the new phone I got? Okay. Uh-huh.
wow.
Okay. Yeah, I don't understand how they can get my logon information because I don't put that in any emails. You know, I mean, like if you accept an email and you reply to it and put your login information in, okay, now it makes sense. That's how they got it. But I don't never do that. I shut down one program and I go open up, Chrome, and I log on to PNC on my own. You know. Okay. Okay. No, we're good. Yeah, I think you got it. I appreciate it. Okay, we got a. Go ahead. Okay. Thank you. We got a $10 super chat. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were done placing me on hold. Okay. Ohio Fish Rescue. 4 to 10. All right. About. I don't know. 4 to 10 characters. It could be numbers or letters. And is this only temporary, or is this going to be like a permanent thing? Okay, let me go on the house. Tell you without, a bunch of people hearing it. Be right back, guys.
I'm still here. We're getting further and further behind, but try to keep up with us.
If for some reason, people to get online, to get to see the credit card, maybe you can put another password on there or something to get to the accounts, type thing. I don't know, but go ahead, transfer me how you want to do. Yeah, something. Just I don't see how anybody got my information and then was able to change it. This is what kills me, And luckily they did no damage or not that much or whatever. There's a $30 charge. I don't know, but they didn't do a lot of damage. They could have, So, like this one time I had to have a credit card change because somebody bought a $900 bottle of wine in Wyoming and had it sent to California. And I'm like, I don't know either of those places, and I did not order the wine, And we actually called the company and they didn't send it because they thought it was fraudulent, because it was the credit card was one place and the person sending it was another place, and then they were sending it to a third place. So they didn't even send it out yet. So we were able to stop the order before it got, we canceled the order online. It was great. It worked out good for everybody. I still had to get a different credit card. Okay, I'll do that. Probably, yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Very nice meeting you. Bye. Okay, we're back. It's 6 o'clock. Welcome to the Stay Fishy Friday show. Did everybody miss Josh? He was here and gone? No, Josh was in Tennessee this time. He did not come this Friday.
No, I'm staying out of this one. Hey,
Jerry's a smart man.
You play your games with him. I'm not.
Anyways, we got $10 super chat from Sexy Dorkmo. Cool name. Big Rich, what's the name of your first pet? As far as I can remember, the farthest back I go, her name was Akira, and it was a Irish wolfhound. Well, actually, no. At like 10, I had a baby American alligator, about 7-8 inches long. I was hanging out at the pet store, and the one guy there gave it to me, and said, you take this home, raise it for a little bit, bring it back, you know, it gets too big. And that's what I did, because I was there every day. I was helping them out. I was always helping at the pet store, you know. That's where I spent my time, was at the pet store, which was like 3 doors down from my house. I'd spent all my time there. So of course, after, you know, a couple months of just being there, hanging out all the time, you know, I'm free labor, you know. So
Lucky he didn't give you a pregnant guinea pig.
right. You remind me of the Star Trek Tribbles show. You remember the Tribbles?
Yeah.
Oh man, I used Lou from the OCA came here today with their speaker, their guest speaker.
Are you still on the phone with the bank lady?
Yeah, I'm on hold. So, anyways, Lou came with the guest speaker.
Yeah.
You know, and we're talking, and I'm like, "Excuse the backyard. We're setting up for the sale. We have once a year, so it kind of looks like Fred Sanford in the backyard." And he goes, "Who's Fred Sanford?"
Oh,
I'm like, "Oh my God, you're
The
that
kid
young?
or
You don't
Lou?
know Fred Sanford?"
Lou didn't know?
Lou knew.
No,
Oh, for sure, Lou
no,
knew.
the kid.
The kid, yeah. The speaker that everyone's coming to see didn't know Fred Sanford. That's what I'm like, wow, you make me feel so old.
He was pretty knowledgeable on his fish, though.
Yeah, he was.
Good.
He was.
Knew what he was doing. There are more kids like that. Definitely a kid. I don't think he was in his early 20s.
Richard A. Price. Oh man, you guys just found out my middle initial. Damn it. I'm on the live stream here, and I've been on hold with you guys, or on the phone with you guys for like 2 hours now, so I can't stop to go do my live stream, so I got to finish this. And now I just gave out my middle initial.
Somebody was asking, was it me?
Oh, gotcha. Uh, 0407. Okay, hang on a second. 895430. Oh my God. They transferred me from fraud prevention. You don't know any of this? I'm just a new caller now? They just got me back onto my, okay. They just got me my account back. It was taken by somebody who changed the phone number and the email, and they just got me back up and running and transferred me to you. I thought you were going to finish setting up the account or something to get me back onto my account. I don't know. I don't know why they transferred me to you. If you don't know, we're a bunch of guys that don't know shit.
If you don't know, we were to finish this some other time.
Yeah, someone logged on there and they changed the phone number to where, and the password and the email. So now when I went to log on today, I couldn't log on, and it's saying my password don't match, and I haven't changed it. It's been like 9 years I've been with PNC, and boom, you know, I couldn't log on. So then I logged on, and bank said, "Oh, I can't help you. You have to be online banking." So I had to call online banking. Then after about a half hour with them, they sent me over to fraud prevention, and fraud prevention saw that it was a call in from somebody, and they were able to read off my credit card information. So they logged in as me. They changed my phone number, they changed my email, and they changed my password. And now we should have that all back to where I can log back in again, and none of the money was missing. So we're good. You know, there was a couple inactive or bad charges on there that I didn't charge, like to Zara.com. I don't know what that is, but you know, there was some stupid, you know, they were able to log in and they didn't take anything. They just tried to subscribe me to a couple accounts is what they did. So
Boy, I hope he doesn't have to go through all of this again, all of this.
okay.
If I try to comment on these comments, then We all get screwed up. So
All right.
we just
Appreciate
gotta
it.
bear with it. You never know what's gonna fly around here.
Okay. It wouldn't let me do it, so we're fine. Because it was sending it. Yeah, I'll go do that right now because it was sending it to somebody else's, email. So I wasn't even getting the email from I forgot my password thing. No, well, she said she changed it. The fraud prevention people changed it. So I haven't done nothing yet. The correct phone number is 216-773-0407. And the correct email is bigrich540@gmail.com. They had changed it to bigrich540 at Hotmail. Which now we know where they are. We've got his phone number and we've got, his email, whoever it is. So I got to go tomorrow to the police department and okay.
File charges.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, you too, brother. Bye. Amazing.
Hey, he's off
I'm
the
off the
phone.
phone. It's only been 2 hours? Oh my God, it's been crazy. And I was stressing, I don't have much money, but the money I had, I've earned and I wanted saved up, and I thought it was all gone. I even asked them, is this insured? I mean, it's some fraud prevention type thing. She goes, it's a lengthy process. We can, do this, do that, and send you into here. Then you have to go there. Then you have to blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh my God. It was so bad.
Well, let's do some catching up.
Okay.
We got as far as
Did we finish the $10?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did the pet thing. Okay.
Now we're on from there.
Yes. There's the Skylar Bachelor started early comment I was talking about.
Yeah.
At the end of summer, after a couple more big tank projects get completed, I would be sweet for a Big Rich favorite tanks video. Oh, you know what? I tell you what, after this whole Brett Raymer thing, because we're doing the next 3 days is going to be nothing but cleaning and straightening up and making the place look more presentable, working outside, setting up those tanks outside instead of just setting them there as like they're stacked there. We're going to set each one up and, put them up for the display of the sale. So that's going to be a lot of work. We're going to be doing that. After that, I would definitely be down for a Big Rich favorite tanks video. And you know what? Not only that, I'll tell you, this is my favorite tank and this is why. This is my second favorite tank and here's why. I'll give you the story behind each tank. That sounds like a good video. Thank you. Bell Star comes in with deck. She remembers the original big deck video. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I couldn't get away from that forever. Now
You got 2 decks.
I got 2 decks. Tyler Kerr, hey, what's up, buddy? Says, I just realized Rich's shirt is at Slash. He's one of the best guitarists in the world. He's a good guitarist for sure. I think right now we're talking Zach Wilde, Joe Satriani, and Steve Vai is like, and there is some flamenco guitarists out there that are just amazing. I don't know any of their names. But, oh, my God, what they can do to an acoustic guitar. Have you seen them?
Christopher Parkening.
Okay. Is he a good?
Excellent master.
I just see their fingers walking like spiders as they're plucking like crazy on this side.
Play 6 parts of a concerto on one guitar.
Right. That's the kind of crazy shit I'm talking about. Yeah. Them flamingo guitarists are ridiculous. Mark Bridge says, did you fill the big tank? I've not caught up on this week's vlogs yet. Well, watch Monday's video and you shall see. Sorry to do it to you, brother. Do you know who hacked our phone? No.
Not yet.
Kelly Lee says LSD, man. Nate says the toads can be named Skylar, the Queen, and Hoover. Wow.
Leave that out of it.
Oh yeah, everyone's. Remember, I was trying to think of that word. It was narcissistic. Everybody's saying it now.
Sarcastic works pretty good, but not quite. She wasn't smart enough to be sarcastic.
Oh, she was definitely. This guy says, "Oh shit, it jumped
Never
way
mind.
up."
You lost him again.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the. There we go.
There you
Okay.
go.
Now we're down here somewhere.
Fast forward. Blah, 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 blah. Now we got another one jump already. Oh no.
Bellstar says, "Name one person besides you that liked her." Well, we lost this one follower, I think, because of her. Remember, I think it was 2 weeks ago, everyone was asking about her. I forget her name. Everyone was asking where she's been, and then we linked it together that she hasn't been here since Skylar left. She was a regular on here. I forget who it was. I think that person likes Skylar. Sue Ann, we're just telling the bank about women. Come on. Oh, come on. Why is this not working? Okay. Now it works. Okay. Sue Ann says not even her own mom. Her mom did not like her at all. And then now they're all lovey-dovey, Her mom actually came out here and hugged me and said, "Oh my God, thank you so much for giving me my daughter back. She's so much more respectful." I mean, I tried my best to teach her, right from wrong and how to, treat people and this and that. And it seems like she's the type of person that if the people closest to her, she treats like shit, and then strangers, she treats like gold. So a person that only sees her once every 3 months thinks she's just the greatest person ever. But the person that sees her every day can't stand her.
Best guy's family got the emoji.
Summer Lee says she's a bartender now. Now she's working 3 jobs at computer stores, and she goes out on her nights off and does pool tournaments. She's in a pool tournament club. Bellstar says, "I wonder if she watched." She never watched when she was here. She don't watch now. No. Sean says, "Rich is going to get that bank employee a subscriber." Well, hell yeah, it was. Her and her husband. Joey and Skylar must be related. I offered her a tank. Bellstar says bartender's perfect for her. She's definitely an alcoholic. No, she quit drinking when she was here after, I think, close to her year and a half. She almost died. Her kidneys shut down on her, everything from so much alcohol.
Because she's an alcoholic.
Right. So she stopped drinking completely and never went back.
She's still an alcoholic. Don't mean anything derogatory for it. I am too.
What's that?
I said I'm an alcoholic too.
No, you're not. You haven't drank in 40 years. You're an ex-alcoholic.
No, there's no X to it.
There is too.
It's always going to be there, Jack.
Nope. You don't drink, you're not an alcoholic. An alcoholic is somebody that abuses the alcohol too much and can't control it. You can control it. You're not an alcoholic now.
You might not think so if you ever got started.
Richard, bite the bank lady to OFR. You guys. Reaper totally ran out of gas, Bellstar says. You guys are funny as shit. Harley Gem says OFR needs a shirt of Reaper running out of gas. We should make that. Reaper sitting there with a gas can with a thumb out. That would be hilarious.
Right in the style of the old Rat Fink videos.
Right. Yeah. I'm reading. I'm trying to catch up here, guys. Waiting for Diamond says I'm lost on what's going on. I'm really behind in the comments because of that phone call. So, yeah, someone hacked. Suan says someone hacked Rich's bank account. Never had that happen before. I was scared to death. Def Charge says, I doubt he's smart enough, but you think she could hack you? Actually, Skylar had my bank info. She helped me pay the bills and stuff like that at first. So, because I can't see, so I had her reading the bills, and I logged on to my bank account right in front of her. I trusted her, and I paid all the bills. So she had I changed it after she left, but she did have it. She never took. You know what? She was definitely taking money out of I got the Tracy vacation fund that I had with Tracy, and I'd throw all my quarters, nickels, dimes in there, and then dollar bill. Dollar bills, and I started adding fives and stuff, and it was like 3/4 full. And the whole time she was here, I kept adding to it and never got above half. I was what the hell? So I stopped going into it myself and just like, okay, I'm going to watch this add up. And sure enough, she was definitely into the vacation fund. Bellstar says, Depth, I reckon she could talk him out. She ain't no one talking me out of nothing, Bellstar. Come on now.
I think that
give me some credit.
You're back where things are being taken out of their side conversations. You're picking it.
Okay.
And not talking about you.
Yeah, Bathing for Diamond says it's just login info and no charges. That's a little strange. Well, there were 30 emails this morning of around 30 of click here to get your subscription, blah blah blah. Keep here to pay for this and that, blah blah blah. So there are a couple of charges on there. I have to log on now and see what I didn't charge and see if any of them are on there. And maybe tomorrow, because the emails came today, so they might not show on the banking until tomorrow. So I'll log on tomorrow, and why did I got the hiccups? I'll log on tomorrow and see if there's any charges, and then I'll put in a complaint against that and get my money back. So Ann says it had to be her. I guarantee she knows his info. She definitely knows the info, but it's changed since then. Was it Skylar the hacker? She used to call herself that too. She thinks she's a computer savvy person. She called herself a hacker.
Yeah, that's what she gets for thinking.
But see, that's what she was with everything.
Yeah.
We go out. I took her once out to my dad's house, and he's like, I got to solder this. She goes, I'm a soldering technician, blah, 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 at the computer shop. That's what I do. I solder. And she couldn't do that. My dad had to take it from her and solder it,
There's just enough to get yourself in trouble.
She would always claim that she's the best at everything she did. Like, I'm the best, chess player. I'm the best pool player, I don't know. About 4 months ago, she sent me a message saying that, she's playing in this pool tournament now, blah, blah, blah. She's so good now she could whoop my ass because I had beat her with, I only got one eye. I got no depth perception, but I still beat her at pool. So now she's, texting me, telling me how she can whoop my ass and this and that, blah, blah, blah.
Ouch.
Depth Charge says, good thing Rich don't wear a microphone. I might forget, Depth Charge. I'm out there thinking I'm being quiet. Waiting for Diamond says, and please, for the love of God, make sure you keep up with the transitions in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's a bank thing.
All transactions. Okay, yeah. For sure. Tony says, it's great to see you, Jerry. Thanks for making the live show.
You're welcome, Tony. I definitely need some work done, but you don't get this many miles without needing a tune-up.
Bathing for Diamond says, sounds like someone wanted some dinner and used the rich. I don't really think it came from anybody I know because it was a 504 phone number. I don't know what area code that is. So
Somebody mentions food and the next one mentions me. Jerry, you back on the reefer? Jerry, was it you? Oh, I ordered myself dinner on his card.
I wouldn't put it past you, old man.
And Jerry's never been off the reefer. Not for
Ever since he quit drinking 40 years ago. It's been weed ever since.
No, it has.
It was weed before and since.
It was weed, but it was everything before. But
It's only been weed for the last 40 years.
No, it's only been weed for about 6 years now.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That surprises me.
No, I was 40 years with no chemicals in my system at all. Nothing.
Damn.
I was a counselor, man. I'm telling people how to keep.
Well, that's why I thought it funny when you're telling me, you're over there. Yeah, I was a counselor and blah, blah, at a drug camp. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? You get high more than anybody I know. I didn't know you had stopped.
After I got cancer, and my spirit guides pretty much told me they were done with me. It's just for me to kick back and enjoy now. I picked up my pipe.
Smoking a peace pipe.
Yeah, I'm smoking my pipe, man. I like my flower. I've always liked my flower. I don't even remember starting. I've been smoking it so long. When I was a kid.
Sue Ann says there's nothing in Rich's bank account that interests Jerry. It's not food, it's not weed.
No. I don't need the money. My needs are taken care of. I mean, not that extra money don't help. I mean, I just know that my needs are being taken care of.
Oh my God. Bellstar goes, what's the A for? I knew someone was going to jump on it.
What's that?
My middle name, Richard A. Price.
Oh.
My initial spell rap, by the way. So Richard A. Price. She goes, what's the A for? Alan? Wow. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to let that go. I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to say no.
Aloysius.
Sue Ann says, Rich, go to the other room. You guys got to understand, them temporary codes were just to verify that they're talking to the person on this phone number that they see. So it's not a big deal. Uh-oh, Bellstar goes, Richard Anthony Price? I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to say no. I'm just going to let that go. Bellstar, does anyone know what the A stands? Wow, she really wants to know.
It only take about 5 seconds to figure it out. Is there somebody really wanting to know?
Yeah, you can look it up online and find out.
Yeah.
Well, hell, since it's that easy, I might as well tell you guys. It's Richard Allen Price, A-L-A-N. Not A-L-L-E-N, it's A-L-A-N.
Alien.
Stop it. Tyler says, I'm 33. Oh, Death. He's talking to Death, so I won't even talk that. But he's old enough to know better, and he's young enough to still come here and drink with us. Michelle Barnhill says, please tell me they got the cane toad out of the paludarium. No, we did
just
not.
fine it out.
You guys got to understand. Nobody understands this. That snake is not like other snakes. Pythons, boas, all that kind of stuff. They hunt by movement. You'll see it. The mouse will move over and the snake will be locked on him, right? This snake hunts by heat sensors in its face, like an infrared. In other words, it sees everything is blue, and then the mouse would be red hot because it's hotter. Well, toads are not mammals. They do not put off their own heat signature. They are the same temperature as the rest of the tank. So the snake don't even see it. It's just a blue whole thing. Same thing with the fish. The fish are the same temperature as the water. The snake is fine. It's all good. They have these toads with their snakes at two reptiles. So, and never had a problem.
If you haven't done enough research to understand the whole snake tongue thing, They taste with their tongue. And even a snake that hunts by movement, once it tastes a cane toad, it's not going to eat it.
Well, the point is they got the cane toad out of their snake cage with a bunch of other cane toads in there. So I mean,
I don't care for cane toads, and I don't particularly like one here, but we need to be able to show people what they are.
right?
But I'd
It's
like
an
to
animal
have,
we can keep in there.
I mean, I'd like to, there's a few fish I'd like to have for the same reason. They may be illegal, but damn it, I'm getting tired of people calling the Bashirs snakeheads.
The shears.
Is that a snakehead?
We got
The
Bashirs.
lungfish,
We're
is that
called
a snakehead?
right. We got Bashirs called bikers, biters, Bashirs,
Yeah, whatever. But they're
biters.
not snakeheads.
They're not snakeheads.
No. I would like to have one here just show people, no, this is a snakehead. No, you can't have one, but this is what they are. But we'd have to pay all kinds of money to be able to do that. And even locally, they may not let us anyhow.
Crazy Cichlid says, "Are you still talking to your girlfriend, the one that made you feel good?" Don't know who you're referring to.
Yeah, he is.
If someone's nice to me and is good to me, I'm good to them back. So whoever you're thinking of, yes, I'm still talking to him probably.
It's possible for them to make a liar out of me, but that snake and that cane toad are going to be just fine.
Who's
That
this?
snake's more likely to take one of them goldfish than it would be that cane toad.
Okay, Smokey 4206 says, "Haven't seen you guys in years. How's everything going? I need to keep up with all your videos, but life happens."
Wow.
Okay, because your name, I don't know who you are. You could be, Mike, whatever. You could be Joey. I don't know who you are because it says Smoke. So tell me who you are. You may know me, but I don't know you by the name Smoke. I didn't call you Smoke. I didn't know you as Smoke. So you got to tell me what your real name is. So Ann says the frog will kill the snake, not vice versa. No, it won't.
No, it ain't gonna happen. I mean,
Michelle says Google says it will kill that boa.
if the boa ate it, yeah, but the boa's not going to eat it.
Right.
Especially not as full as he is.
Harley Gem gets it. The snake would basically have to heat up for the snake to see it. Right.
I lost again.
I got to go back here for a second.
Jerry well said. Oh, I'd like to know what I said.
That's the problem with going back. You don't know what context the comment was.
Really? By the time I get to the comment, I don't remember what I said.
Oh my God, am I caught up? I am. I'm caught all the way up.
Yeah, but you jumped big time a couple of times here.
Well, because they're talking side project. That's Tyler talking to other people, and Bill started talking to Tyler.
I wasn't really. When you're
So I
jumping
skipped
around
past them.
like that, I'm not keeping up with you. I don't even try.
Well, it's hard to. If you're not in charge of the mouse, you know where you're at. You see this, and then you jump back, and you're over there like, what the fuck is he doing? So it was okay for me. All right, guys, ask Jerry a question. I did not pre-make my 3 drinks tonight. I was on the phone. I was busy, so I got to go make a drink. Jerry, handle it for a second.
I suppose so.
Any comments? Because we're caught up. We're good.
All right.
Be right back.
Missed 3 super chats. Bullshit. We got 2 of them. There was none up at the top of the sheet,
I'll go
so
back to
somebody's pulling my leg. I'm doing all right, people. Thank you for asking. You know, there's been a couple of comments. It's just high mileage. I definitely need to go to the doctor and get some serious work done, but I need some counseling. And like I said, everything works out the way it's supposed to. I know that my needs are taken care of, so I just put one foot in front of the other and do the right thing as far as my heart says. So, but it's going to take some money and some time and some physical therapy and a few other things, because it's just, if I want to try to get this body back in shape, but I'm notorious for self-neglect. That's one of my reasons my daughter came out here a couple of weeks ago. Beautiful visit, a couple of days with my daughter and my grandson. But the reason that she came out here was to remind me to take care of myself. I'm a little neglectful. Other things tend to be more important. See, I'm not only an anarchist, I'm basically a sociopath. I don't like the human race. I don't like people are screwed up, man. And sometimes it's embarrassing to be part of. Just the cultures. It's not the people in general. It's the brainwashed cultural crap. You know. I don't know. You don't want to get me going on that.
So that's one thing I can count on. Jerry will always talk your head off. So
Well, get me on certain subjects.
I leave the room. I know we're safe. The live stream is safe. Jerry will talk.
There's another one, you know.
Okay. There was. They said there was a.
No, we got
One we
those
missed.
others. I'm positive of it. They'd be
Oh, here's a $2 one. I don't remember.
Wow, no, we did miss
Nad
that.
Fish the Pirate, $2 says Jerry is the voice of
Hey, that
reason.
one's about me too.
No, ridiculous. Absolutely
Hey,
not.
anybody with Nat Fish the Pirate for a handle's got to be good. Jerry is the voice of reason.
Of course, he loves
I
this
don't
one.
think so.
All right, let me go back and see what the next one was. Yeah, I definitely got this one.
No, you got the deck one.
Ranjo, $5. How big is your deck? The
Yeah,
new
we-
one is 23 by 28, and the back deck is 16 by 40. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I need
Thank
to
you for the $5.
apologize. Whoever told us that we missed 3 of them, you're right. We got mods out there keeping track of me. I'm the one
Hey.
that posts I'm watching you, and they're keeping track of me.
I think that everybody should have mods looking after their life, because these mods, they not only do for me, they help me out, they remind me, they call me, hey, you're
Oh,
late for the
yeah.
live stream. You know, they keep me in line. I love it.
Too bad they can't straighten out that bank card bullshit for you.
That would be nice.
Jerry's the voice. I don't like that. I don't post it.
Oh no.
Somebody says Team
Oh.
Tracy.
What is that? I can't
Yeah.
read that. What does that say?
It says Team Tracy.
No, come on,
It's
the name.
Suan.
Oh, is that Sue Ann?
Yeah.
She put $2 at Team Tracy. Oh,
Right.
thank you, Sue Ann.
No,
You're
there's,
going to be here soon. I
there's-
can't wait.
there's one before that.
Man,
Wow.
Fish, the Pirate, $20. Wow, thank you. Says for the Jerry Self Care Fund.
Oh, I wasn't looking to set up a GoFundMe, but thank you very much.
Thank
Rich-
you. That's
Rich
very
owes-
nice of you.
Rich owes me a dinner.
Damn it, I got to cook for you again. I cook for you 6 nights out of the week.
No, I just use your damn bank card.
You motherfucker.
I splurged today and bought myself a Five Guys. And
From Zara? Is that what it is? Because I got the charge from Zara.
No,
Whatever Zara is.
whatever Zara is. Hell, I don't know.
All right, so we're not caught up yet. Oh, Nate says 504. It's New Orleans. Just looked it up. Okay.
Yeah, well, in New Orleans via Central America someplace.
Green Queen says, my brother-in-law started weed after his cancer diagnosis. Weed helps with the pain. Okay.
Well, whether it helps with the pain or not, it helps with the smile on my face.
Jerry's a crabby old man unless he's got his weed. Then he's okay. Okay. So I'm okay with it. As long as he keeps it outside. Oh, come on, get up.
We got somebody on an automatic hold or something because they don't. I don't know.
I don't know what that is.
Certain words will get flagged anyhow, I guess.
Ha! Mega Die says Richard Alfonso Price. No. Middle name Anus. Thanks, Step Charge. You're the greatest.
Somebody's talking about that cane toad in the boa tank.
Yeah, well, it's the same one we said before.
You know,
Bellstar says
okay.
Alan, sweet, awesome. So she knows my middle name now. Google says it will kill that boa. We said this before, but only if it was, 6 pounds and the boa was small. This boa is already, 5 foot and about yay big around, like the size of my wrist, this big. So there's no way that little toad can do anything to that snake unless the snake tries eating it and it releases its toxins and the snake still swallows it. But as soon as the snake would try and bite it, it would let go of it. If it could see it, it would let go of it because it tastes nasty.
The trouble with going to Google for information is if you look long enough, you're going to find what you fucking want to hear. There's so much bullshit information out there.
Jerry's calling Google bullshit information.
Well, it is.
Listen to me, children. Don't listen to Google.
You get one honest answer, and that honest answer is usually, I don't know. The rest of them are just talking out their ass because their mouth knows better. They got to say something to make themselves look good. They don't know their ass from a hole.
Sebastian says, can we call the boa Nagini? I don't know what Nagini is, but
I think that's the snake on the Rudyard Kipling's Jungle Book.
oh really? It might be. I think that you're right.
Yeah. That was
I
one of
remember
my
the Jungle Book.
favorite
That was the one-
stories when I
yeah.
was a kid.
Did you see the new Jungle Book movie?
No.
Dude, you should. It's really good. It's not like
The old
cartoon no
animated
more.
one was outrageous.
Right. It's not cartoon no more. It's like lifelike.
Yeah, the trouble is I read the book when I was a child.
Yeah.
I've got the
Once
book
you read
in
a
my
book,
head.
you're ruined for the movie.
The movies just don't, man, there's just too much there. The real tiger, the real villains are the people. Not the tiger, not the nothing else, not the big ape. The real villains are the people.
Swan says, "Aw, I just don't want to see anything happen to that boa. She is stunning. Isn't she beautiful?" When it came out on my video today, when it came out of that bag, I was like, "Holy shit!" I walked backwards. I was like, "Oh shit!" I was not expecting it. I knew it was an evergreen boa coming. I did not expect when she came out of that bag like that, 3 foot out of the bag straight at me. I was like, wow, what a beautiful creature.
She is.
The depth charge says, what do you feed the snake? If it has to be warm. Preston's going to come out here once a week and feed him. I think, now I may be wrong, I think he has to heat up a frozen rodent in the microwave and then, take it in there. So
Yeah.
hand it to him with grabbers or something. I think it's something like that. I forget what he was telling me. I was so mesmerized by the color and looking at it. I was like, wow,
Now somebody says we missed 3 super chats again. I think
No, it's the same comment.
not
Come on.
keeping up with us. They'd be listed at the top if we did. But
Oh, we forgot the Tracy update. Oh my God. It's 6:42. I say we, I mean me. Okay.
Bob Taylor, thank you for reminding us. I think somebody tried. Oh, there's Surround Team Tracy.
Yeah, they're all trying to tell us.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to let this off at Harley Gem says Preston is supposed to show up to feed. Guess we'll see. He comes out here once a week and donates a couple hours anyway. So now he'll bring out food for it. So I'm going to leave off right there and go to the Tracy update. Summerly 6:43 is the Tracy update.
Time wise, anyway.
So this week I really don't have much to post except for telling you that she has been. I know I said it last week. More aware. This week here, she is even more. She is like watching me. She's every time I come into the room, she's turned. Like if I walk into the room by the curtain and talk to the nurse, Tracy turns her head over here and tries looking up back to see me. I've never seen that before. I'm like, wow, she's really. So I come over, hi, honey, hi, sweetheart. You know, I'm taking care of you. You know, blah blah blah. I'll always be there for you. You know. Anything you need, you want, you just let me know, you know, trying to get her to talk to me, blink, grab my hand, anything, you know, and she is so much more aware this last week than she has been for ever, you know. I say that each week, but my God, in the last couple of weeks, she has just like leaps and bounds been more aware, you know. So, you know, my whole thing going into this, I knew it was, you know, well, when I first started, I thought, you know, she's going to wake up and that's going to be back to Tracy. But no, I learned from extensive online, you know, going that she'll never, she wake up, she's going to be very, you know, if she does come back, it's going to be this or that, you know. It's going to be hard, but she ain't going to be back to Tracy. You know what I'm saying? I know I told her I would marry her as soon as she woke up, as soon as she can say yes or no, because I believe, you know, she earned that because she was good to me for the last 20 years. And, you know, I didn't even acknowledge it. I didn't even think that that's a possibility. You know, I had other girlfriends, this and that. And she tried being friends with each and every girlfriend I had over the years. And it just never worked out. But, you know, she is such a sweetheart and, you know, has been good to me that after, you know, she died, I started reading her journals that she was writing, and I could not believe the amount of love this girl had, and she just wanted back what she had before, and she didn't know what she had, you know. She just wanted it back. She wanted to be married to me again. So I tell her all the time in this whole past thing, you know, this last week or so, every time I see her being alert, I tell her, you know, I will remarry you. I will take care of you till, you know, the day we're done, till our ending days. You know, I will take care of you. And that's that. So, you know, hopefully she's there and she can understand that and hear that. And I know she hears, I know, but I don't know if she understands, you know. To her, we all might be just a bunch of movements and things, objects moving around going, no, 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 no. She don't understand what we're saying. It's possible. I don't know. Nobody knows. So, you know, I've heard many other, you know, people that have woke up from this type of thing and, you know, they heard everything everybody said and understood it. And the only thing I can say is I hope that she's in some sort of like delusional land to where she hasn't had to put up with 6 years of laying in this bed, you know, of people not, you know, talking to her, or, you know, we're talking to her, but the amount of time I talk to her is, you know, 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there, but she's there for 24 hours a day, you know. So it's minimal compared to how much time she's sitting there. So that's got to be ungodly boring to be, you know, if she's coherent, to be able to be there that whole time, you know. So I'm hoping she actually isn't until she wakes up, and then she don't remember none of this, and all, you know, she just, you know, remembers being sick and falling asleep and then wakes up, boom, you know. that would be the best thing. So, I don't know, but I do. She's been very well, very, no sickness, no nothing, no problems. She's she coughs up all of her own phlegm. She's doing very well with that. She's on the bathroom on time. She's eating good. She's at about 111 pounds, which her normal weight is 99 to 101. So 111 ain't bad. She did get up to 126, and she was looking, chunky for her frame, because she's only 5 foot tall, and she was always, I've known her for 40 years being this skinny. And then so I saw her get bigger, and I'm like, why am I feeding her 4 times a day like the doctor said? And then it turned out the doctor's file got merged with somebody else's file that said her normal weight was 128. So they were trying to feed her to get her up to 128, and I'm sitting here wondering, why is she getting bigger and bigger and bigger? So now for the last year we've been feeding her 3 times a day, and she's down to the 111, and she looks like Tracy again, and she's a little thicker, but that's okay, because laying around, she's not up and active, that's okay. Other than that, she's doing really well. I mean, she's, clear urines, the Foley's working, everything's working great. We got our new company finally sent us the trach supplies. I was having to buy stuff off eBay. Now we got the new trach supplies in. The only company we can't change from is the company that supplies the oxygen and the O2 sensor and the finger O2 sensor things that plug into the O2 sensor. We already have the oxygen machine here. We already have the O2 sensor. I'm having to buy, because they won't send us no more, the O2 sensors for the finger, the tape onto the finger. It's a RAD 95, I think it's called, is the machine. And that's the type of sensors we need. And they're like, $7 a piece. But each one lasts us like a week. So it ain't that bad. But we can't change that company until this 3-year or whatever thing is that pays off that air compressor. So the payments have to keep going until then. So I'm going to have to buy her finger sensors for the next year. And that's it. Or pay them. If you guys remember, they sent me a bill for $250, first time in years. Why do we owe this bill? Oh, sir, you're not on the account. We can't tell you no information. But I made the account. I made the account for Tracy. I started you here. Well, you're gonna have to send us, power of attorney. I don't have power of attorney. The best we got is next of kin, and that would be Joshy. And he's not here at the moment. Blah blah blah. And they're like, well, I can't tell you nothing. I'm like, so you want to send me a bill? You didn't ask my permission. You didn't say, sir, these products are not covered by Medicare. We're going to go ahead and send them out. Is it okay we bill you the $250? No, you just sent stuff and sent me a bill. I don't get a say-so on how I spend my money. That's wrong, for one. Two, we've had Medicare. She's been on Medicare for the last 6 years. We haven't never had to pay a bill before. Why are we paying a bill now? Why is there a bill involved at all? She's on SSDI, disability income.
Somebody's trying to figure out how to get their gangster percentage.
Something. So the point was, they wouldn't tell me what the bill is for, and I'm telling them I'm not fucking paying it until you tell me what the bill is for. And maybe I can send it back to you. Whatever. I don't know. I just know that I did not buy this, so I don't want to have to pay for it. And they're like, sir, you have to pay for it, or we're not going to send nothing else. I'm like, well, then they'll send nothing else. I don't care. I'll get another company. And when trying to find another company, found out that we had a deal with this company until May of 27. Medicare paid their bills for the last 3 years, but it was a 3 or 4 year commitment to own this oxygen concentrator that is here. So, that's fine. May 27, I'll find another company. And this company, see, I told them, I said these words: you're not sending products to us, and you're charging Medicare a premium price. I'm buying them off eBay for cheap. You know who's losing here? I may be losing $6 a person, a sensor, but you're losing like, $30 to $40 a sensor that you're charging Medicare. You're losing out, not me, you know. And the bill's in Tracy's name. It ain't hurting me none. But I'm not going to pay it because you won't tell me what it's for. And the only thing it could be for is the sensors. So why would you start, you know, I don't understand any of it. They wouldn't
The
work
next
with me.
step is a Medicare investigation because they're scamming something.
Something, yeah. So anyways, you know, we wait the year, May of next year, I'll get another company and it'll be done, you know. They can't get blood from a stone. They can't do nothing. Tracy owns nothing, not a house, not a car, nothing, you know. So they're screwed because they won't work with me. Period. If you would have just been nice enough to tell me what it's for, that I'm going to have to pay for this, that's all I want to know. And you won't do that. Screw you guys. So anyways, other than that, Tracy's doing a phenomenal. We got the new company set up. It's been 3 months of craziness. Now they set up that we got all new stuff. And what's weird is the new company has new packaging and new, you know, stuff. You know, we're used to getting a case of this, and now it's coming in a bag of like, you know, 3 cases in one big huge bag, you know, in a box. Everything looks different in our supply table out there. But other than that, we have to get used to that. Other than that, everything's doing great. That's good. There's a couple for you, Jerry.
What's that?
There's a couple comments for you. Harley Jem says, glad you're
Oh.
back on your feet, Jerry.
Yeah,
Sue Ann says, Jerry think of you. Oh, I think of you every day and send you positive vibes. Oh,
Thanks, I appreciate it.
so now see, Sue Ann's been here, what, 4 times now?
Since I've been here, 3
Yeah.
times since I've
3
been
times.
here, and she was here before I was ever here.
Sue Ann's a long and loyal friend. Deb Charge, her husband, great people. They see what it's like here. You know, I don't really drink that much until people come in for the weekend, and then we get drunk. You know, we have a good time.
She
And,
has good people. And
Yeah, she's good people.
And I appreciate it. And thanks, Harley Jem, but I'm not back on my feet, unfortunately.
He's
I'm
back
here
on his feet with a breathing problem.
Yeah.
But,
I'm
you
here
know,
with that, yeah.
he's still better. Oh, look, here we go. Mad Fish Pirate, $20 for the Jerry's. Oh, I already did this one?
We already did that one. Yeah, you backed up some.
Wow. Okay, everybody saying Tracy update, Rich.
I still appreciate it. I mean, I didn't get to read those.
Felix Ish Kabibble says, I'm not prejudiced. I just hate everyone. You're an equal opportunist, sir, dear.
That's called sociopath. Yeah, I can relate.
Oh, yeah, we were back here.
Team Tracy one.
Okay.
All right, get lost again.
Will Star's here. Oh, we didn't do that one. Okay, we're going back. We're going back.
Yeah.
Okay, we got that one.
That's
okay.
a good one, yeah.
About that is, I love mankind. It's people I can't stand. Well, you know what? And here's what I do now in my life. I separate selfishness from other good people. Okay, if someone's here and they're trying to make out for themselves, okay, I put you on one sort of, you know, shelf over here. The good people, they're here and they're trying to help. They're trying to, you know, let me do that for you. Let me help you here. You know, I put them on this table over here. And the selfishness, I don't like selfishness at all. Selfishness is why people steal. It's why crackheads steal. It's what they want, you know, for themselves. That's it. Selfishness is why women have got a bad name now. All these selfish girls out here, this younger crowd, blah, blah, blah. And they're out to, you know, take. You know.
Trouble is, they're trained to take.
Well, the problem is,
It's a cultural problem.
the thing is, you know, if you take from other people, you're not being a good person. You know what I'm saying? You take, you're being selfish. So I don't like selfish at all. So, um, oh, I'm sorry. Let me skip that for a second. Andrew says, "Who's a mod?" And then what's a mod? A mod is a moderator. They're here. They're friends of the rescue that they can help by moderating the chat here. In other words, if somebody says, "Rich, you're a big ass dick," somebody will delete that. You know what I'm saying? Before everybody gets to read it, you know? Or, you know, one time we had someone put on there, you know, I can't even say. There's any bad shit, the mods catch it and take care of it. So that's their way of helping, and they can feel included on the OFR thing, the train here of goodness that they're helping out. And, you know, I have the best mods. I don't care. I've seen many other channels and all these other people. I've got the best mods. These mods are amazing. We have a once a year mod party where we're a mod appreciation party where, you know, I buy all the food and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, we had a band one year and it's always fun. It's a great thing. And, so you don't get paid for being a mod, but you get the feeling of helping out, and then you get to come to the mod appreciation party once a year. So anyways, back to the selfishness thing. You can see, you see somebody driven by selfishness. I don't surround myself with that. I surround myself with people who are giving and helping and nice, you know, like this guy today. He came here, he's an Amazon reviewer. And he gets free products all the time. Anything he gets for fish tanks, he drops off over here once every couple of months. He came here today. Such a nice guy. And I tried telling him, I'm like, you know, if you do the same video you do for the Amazon reviews, you can just video yourself and then upload that to YouTube and have yourself a YouTube channel for reviewing products. And you'll make, you know, $1,000 or $2,000 a month, you know. And he's like, nah, I'm not interested. I do this just for fun. $1,000 or $2,000 a month every 3 months, you know, you can go on vacation. You know, you know, it's your time. You see, this is what you should do. He did not want no part of it, so I let it go. I wonder if his wife's watching today, and she's like, "Have vacation every 3 months. You're going to do this." Andrew Anderson says, "How do I get that? You want to be a mod? All you got to do is, you know, if you see something that is negative or bad or gross or retarded or swearing, you just delete the comment. I can make you a mod right now." It says put user in timeout. That's what I should click. Add as a moderator. There you go. Boom. There you go, Andrew. You are now a mod. Tyler says, mods moderate the comments to keep things light, fun, and positive. Absolutely. I mean, that's what, you know, everything is about, is having a good time, helping people out, doing whatever we can to, you know, save the fish. You know, like every once in a while we'll have a thing like, you know, we had the Parker Pond called us, you know, we're draining the pond. We got, you know, all these fish, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, we got you. We'll show up. We'll take the fish. And we did. And it was 3 weeks of our life, you know, electroshocking the fish, bringing them up, netting them all. And then they were able to drain the pond down low enough to where they could build their building and this and that, their bridge and whatever they were doing. So, and then they were able to fill it back up. So we found all those fishes homes at nursing homes and stuff like that Greg Woodstock have donated ponds for. We gave out all those fish to these nursing homes. And now, you know, these elderly people get to go out, you know, sit in their wheelchair and feed the goldfish or the koi or whatever. And, you know, it's just a win-win-win situation. It's a feel-good thing. And we get a video out of it. And, you know, it helps us get by with the costs. I know the costs are like $3,500 a month, and right now our videos are at 2,300, so I'm still putting 900 a month of my own money in from my rentals. So, you know, once the channel gets up there and it's covering its own cost, I can sit back and relax a little. I don't have to put in. I'll have extra money, you know, more money for things like backgrounds and, you know, what are the new filters we're buying?
Those rotating drums.
Drum filters. You know, we want to change over to everything to drum filters.
I like some bypass. 100 microns. You got to keep some life in there. It's smaller than that.
What's up, Will Star? Can we get the Tracy update? $2 from Sue-Ann. Ah, thank you, Sue-Ann. I'm a little bit behind right now in the comments.
We hear some shit.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Slow, but yeah.
She's gonna get a big hug when she gets here. She don't need to put in, you know, what do you call them? Super chats.
That gets your attention.
It does. It does.
Sometimes that's the only way you get our attention.
Matt Harris says, Matt from England, Rich, you're a legend, and thanks for the birthday wishes. Every time on my birthday, you legend. Yeah, I can't take credit for that. Every day, anybody that's a Facebook friend, if it's their birthday, it shows up, hey, you have, you know, this today, it's this person's birthday, this person, and there's like 20 people. And it's, you know, pretty easy. I just type in happy birthday and send them a thing. It's not me remembering, brother. I'm so sorry. It is Facebook. If it wasn't for Facebook, I wouldn't know.
Personal concern contact. Yes, you're welcome.
You are very welcome, but I don't want you to think that you know, I'm doing more than I am. I'm not a selfish person. I'm not going to take the credit where it ain't due. You know what I'm saying? It's Facebook. Okay, how you doing? 408 says, have you ever think about putting a permanent underwater cam in the pool 24/7 stream and on a separate channel? Also, where is the hot tub? Is the wood near the rock wall under the dog bone tank? Looks like a body. Somebody did mention that earlier today too.
Yeah, Deb Charge give me a hard time about trying to lick the toad.
Okay, here's the thing about the streaming of the underwater camera. Yes, I would like to do that, but
boy, you talk about
here's the second thing. Listen, here's the second thing. The camera underwater would have to be plugged into another laptop. I'd have to have a spare laptop so I could have it streaming, and then we couldn't monetize it, because if you're watching a 24-hour stream of fish, do you want every 15 minutes a commercial coming in there and you have to hit X to continue with your video? That's going to be a pain. I don't know how these, what are them called, OSMR videos, ASMR, whatever they're called. I don't know how they make money, but they make millions of views and there's no commercials. I need to know how they make money. If I could do that, I would buy another laptop. That's going to be, you know, $1,200, and then set it up and have that as another channel, just making, you know, a video of underwater 24/7. You can log on anytime, you know. Oh, now we're up to talking about the Jungle Book. Whip's here. What's up, Whip?
I thought something was wrong about that. The Jungle Book snake name was Ka.
Was it?
Yeah, and then somebody commented, well, you haven't gotten to it, but the Nagani's the one from Harry Potter.
Is it?
Yeah.
Nagini?
Yeah, well, I was thinking when I was talking about, when I was reading, that snake's name wasn't Nagini, man. It was, but I couldn't remember Ka. Thank you.
Will Star says, I have a name suggestion for the new snake. Since it's stunning, neon green in color, it should be called Neo.
Neo.
The neon green boa. Well, yeah, if it was a male. It's a female. And when you say Neo, you get instantly, you think of, you know, what's a movie with
No, whatever.
Shit. I can't pull the name. shit. I can't pull the name right now, but you guys know the movie I'm talking about. He comes and he finds out he's not, in the real world. He's in his pod and they're taking electricity from his body, blah blah blah. He comes out to the real world and he fights the robots that have taken over the planet, blah blah blah. Neo. Everybody instantly thinks of that, so you can't have that related to a female.
Oh, it's one of those Japanese anime.
Matrix.
things, yeah.
Thank you. Matrix. Is the
Oh,
movie.
Matrix.
Yeah, Neo was the main guy.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I just.
The hell? Nagani was a snake name in Harry Potter
Yeah.
movie. Lord Voldemort's pet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, you know what's you know what we can count on, Jerry? We can definitely count on that if we got any information wrong, they will correct us.
I don't mind being corrected.
I don't mind at all.
No.
But we can count on it. Hey, Whip, I asked you a question last week.
No, Whips, the snake's game was caught. I remembered it eventually, but.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So anyways, Whip,
Jump.
I went to ask you last week and never got to finish. Okay, seen your live stream, proved I was there. Now, my question for you, sir. You have all these guests all the time, and not once have you asked me to be on your podcast. You said the words that you don't watch my podcast, Rich. I watch yours, or whatever this is. What is this called? It's not a podcast.
Sorry.
Okay, this ain't a podcast. What is this? Live stream. I've watched your live stream, and you said, made me feel bad that, I'm on your live stream, but you don't watch mine, blah, blah, blah. And I proved to you I watched it, but I've never been on yours. You're here all the time.
I need to start getting into it.
Summerlee says, finally. I guess that was a Team Tracy update. Harley Gem says, aware and more muscle control in her neck is super amazing. Yes, that's what I thought about that whole thing. The fact that she looked like she's laying in bed and she looked up and behind her and was stretching to see me. She heard my voice from that angle and she was looking to see me. Was amazing. That's telling me she's there. She's in control, Michelle Barnhill says, I'm just praying for a complete recovery. Me too, but I'm not expecting it. If she can come back, here's what I wish for. I hope and I pray for this. If anything, if I can make a difference at all, the only thing I want out of it is that she could at least be able to communicate some way so that I can give her a better life. Once she is able to communicate, whether it's blinking her eyes, looking left or right, closing her eyes, squeezing her hand, shaking yes or no, any of that, I can make a language around all that and I can talk to her and see what she wants. You know what I'm saying? I can introduce her to her grandkids and she can play with the grandkids. Because little Laura, every time she comes over here, she rubs Tracy's arm. Hi, Grandma. Wake up, Grandma. And she's never been able to respond to her. And that kills me. Tracy, I gave her 3 boys. All she wanted was a little girl. So I know she would lose her effing mind if she knew she had a granddaughter, Well, that one time I told her she had a granddaughter, she had tears running out of her eyes. So I know she understood for a fact. But to be able to be, you're fine.
I'll be back.
Okay. To be able to communicate with her, I can talk, for her if I can understand her language, whether it's blinking eyes, whatever. I could tell Laura, and Laura can come up there and play Barbies with her and, bring up her new toy on Grandma's lap and sit there next to her and play with the toy, just to include her, that's what I'm looking for. If I can get to that point, it'll make her life so much more happy. Oh my God. brings tears to my eyes to be able to give that to her. You know what I'm saying? She's a good girl. She really is. What she did was 25 years ago, and it was when she was newly married. She didn't see marriage the way I did. I was like, I've never married anybody. I will never, do you wrong. I will never cheat on you. I will never nothing. I don't care. And she wasn't at that point. And it took me many years to find that out. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I would definitely remarry her now and give her everything she wanted. Because we don't look at it. I'm 62. What do I got? 20, 30 years left? Might as well just be happy, Be a good person, be good to everybody else, and then it's hard for me to explain. Sue Ann, locked in syndrome, yeah, that's the thing. Hey, Hayden says, Big Rich, I wonder if there is any way you can get another brain scan or whatever scan to see the progress within. I know it's so much more she hears and knows. Well, see, that's the thing. When she had her first brain scan, the doctors were telling me to pull the plug. She's done. She'll never come back. And then another doctor came in after, me, Joshy, Richie, Richard, and all of their wives or girlfriends were all blubbering. Everybody's crying. And then another doctor comes in after this asshole leaves, Dr. Kumar, what a piece of shit, and says, look, it might be brain swelling that is showing that there's no brain activity. It might be wrong. Let's wait till next week, Friday, because the first doctor said, there's 8 machines she's on. If I pull the plug on any one of them, she will die. And he wanted me to pull the plug. The other doctor come in and said, let's test next week, Friday, and see if she has any brain activity then. Because the first scan came back, she had no brain activity. After the 7 days from this Friday to the next Friday, she worked off 7 of those 8 machines. She was only on an oxygen machine, pumping air into her. And that's only because once they gave her the trach, she had to be on oxygen. She worked off of that later on. But she's not on any life support system at all now. In that week, she fought off 7 of those machines and came back. So I wanted to, look up Dr. Kumar and beat his damn ass, Why would you say that to me? Why would you have us cry? You little son of a bitch. He needed an ass whooping. But, we've never talked to him since. All I know is I saw that Tracy is fighting to come back, and I'm going to give her the time, period. She had a CAT scan that Friday and had plenty of brain activity. She was active, plenty of brain activity. Everything's fine. So now the problem is the lack of oxygen to her brain. Basically, her brain stem died, and them cells died, and now whatever her thoughts are not able to put it to her body. And they said that'll never come back. But I've saw other theories where it has came back. I've seen from cases where this lady was in a coma for 10 years, and then she woke up and she tried sitting up and, talking to her daughter, and her daughter made her sit back down. She wanted to walk. And then I've seen other cases where they wake back up and they're all like, but they were more awake than in a vegetative state. Right now, Tracy's in a vegetative state. So I'm looking forward to the next section, Please go up there because she's open to much more programs, physical therapy programs and all that in the next stage, which is minimally conscious. She's in a vegetative state now, but she's worked herself from the bottom all the way to the top. And as soon as the doctor is here and is able to talk to Tracy and get a response, she will go into the minimally conscious state, which she's open for a lot more programs and do all that. And she's able to connect with us, She can tell me if something hurts. Right now, if something hurts on her body, nothing changes. Every 2 hours, we change her position. Maybe a half hour into this position, she gets a leg cramp. She has to deal with that leg cramp for an hour and a half until we come and we physically move her again. You know, we don't know what's going on. All I know is it'll be so much better if she gets to the next level. So that's why I'm constantly trying to talk to her, trying to, you know, squeeze my hand, blink your eyes, close your eyes, look left and right, look up and down. I mean, anything that she's able to do would be a combo that we could have. I can make a language around it, you know. So we don't really need, the answer to that question is we don't really need another brain scan because we know she's got plenty of brain activity. The cost ain't really nothing because she's on SSDI, Social Security Disability income, so that would cover it. We just don't need the other scan, you know. We already know. Sean's everything and anything says, "How's Jerry feeling?"
I'm feeling here. I'm here. I'm about ready to delete somebody there.
Why?
They're fighting with the mods. You'll get to it as you get on with the.
Okay, let me get on there.
I'm way ahead of you here, unfortunately.
Actually, no, I'm at the bottom. It says, "For real, Summerlee, I agree. Tyler Kerr is the last thing. I can't see no more."
Okay, yeah, well, somewhere back here.
Show me.
Never mind. This asshole, I don't know.
Don't say anything, just show me. You let me know when you find it.
Yeah.
Sean says, "Never give up hope for Tracy." Of course I won't. I told her I'll be there. I am her caregiver until the very last breath she takes. I will take care of her. I don't know what's going to happen if I pass. My kids can't do what I'm doing. They both work their asses off. I don't know what would happen. I don't know what the future brings. I just know that I'm going to keep taking care of Tracy because she showed me she was fighting to come back. You know, in that 1 week, she worked off 7 of the machines, including a kidney dialysis machine and all this shit. They were pumping her blood out. They were keeping her warm. She couldn't keep her own, regulate her own temperature. It was bad. Oh, Hayden said there was a person asking a certain question and a mod took care of it and they thought it was nonsense. That's all, Big
fight
Rich.
with the mods about it. I'm ready to delete the person themselves.
Calm down, Jerry.
Well, you got no business fighting with our mods. They're doing their job. And no, they don't have menopause. That was his
God, that's what they
question.
said?
Do your mods have menopause? And then they get in a fight because they gave him a timeout.
Well, this really ticks you off, huh?
No,
I don't see you rise up that much. You're standing up for what you believe in right now. Go, Jerry. I love that you love our mods that much. They do their job for sure.
They do their job great.
They're a great bunch of people.
Somebody's being an asshole. That's what they're there for. Not power hungry, menopause. Work. Sound like a bitch dog.
LOT says, mods deleted it, but I'm going to read it. Comments shouldn't be removed. Yes, they should. We have been hit with, you know, some retardedly rude shit. So that's their job. If it's an innocent question, okay? If it's an innocent question, you wouldn't offend nobody and then nobody would remove it. Okay, so think about that.
Asking if the mods have got menopause is not an innocent question.
That's not nice. That's the point.
That's
and people
pure
definitely
asshole.
listen to me. people definitely shouldn't be timed out for it. Obviously, from now on, I'll just stay quiet to please the mods. You don't have to stay quiet. You just have to be nice. That's all. We don't care about niceness. We don't care. Everybody has a point. We can counterpoint your comment if it's in a not in a rude way. You just asked in a rude way. That's all. And Tyler says, Jerry's standing up for the mod squad. I was going to delete it, but I was like, sure I should or should I not? And then somebody else deleted it.
I like Harley Johnson. Maybe somebody's pet stepped on the screen and deleted it. Blame the cat.
Sue Ann says, you flipped that switch. Well, you know, you can't piss off my mods. They're my, I take in, I'm actually nice to everybody until they show their true colors, and then they're assholes, and then I won't talk to them no more. All these mods have been here for many times, except for the new guy I added today, have been here for many years, and you know what? They follow what I stand for, how I do things, you know, get rid of the negativity and, you know, shine on the positive.
I can tell you one thing for sure. Lori's not watching tonight.
Oh yeah, Lori would have went off. Okay, he says, what's that? Gilden History says, I did not ask in a rude way. I asked nicely and only got rude when someone decided to time me out for no reason. You lost a 6-year follower because of your mods. You know what?
Well,
If you're no, Jerry, please let me. Okay.
Yeah, got it. You got it.
Let me. If you're going to threaten us with leaving us because of some misunderstanding, possibly, then you know what? Go ahead and go. We don't mind. We surround ourselves with good people, and if you don't want to be one of them, that's fine. It's okay. You can have your opinion. You can go. You can leave. You know who's going to miss out? You're going to miss out. You're not going to see all the updates, or you're not going to see all the new fish. You're not going to see if Brett Raymer's coming here Monday. You know, you won't see any of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
He's not the one I was for. There was somebody else. So I wasn't even in on that part of it. That was handled by a mod with some other way. The one that I was on was just being an asshole. And then he got in a fight with, you know, the mods about it for being an asshole. Yeah, but it wasn't him. I'm sorry if you took it personal, but no, there was.
Equal Star says sent $10. Thank you. Says here's to being nice. Aw, appreciate
thank you,
that.
Equal Star. And I think I'll shut up for a few minutes. I got some heat under my collar.
Will Star says, Rich, here's the original question for context. Hey, Rich, guess the asbestos comment you presumably deleted from today's video was total BS? Yes. Somebody posted, I don't know why, but somebody posted, oh my God, I can't believe Reaper and Curtis, Reaper's stepson, is suing Rich for inhalation of asbestos from helping him change the roof. What? Where did that come from? So I deleted it because it's not true, you know? And Reaper was here yesterday. He didn't say nothing to me. So I just deleted it. No big deal. It's not a big deal. All these things that people get mad about isn't a big deal. We can get past that. Just like, you know, whoever asked this question and called my mods, what do they call them?
Said they were menopause.
Oh, asked if they were on menopause or whatever. None of that had to be. We can talk through this. We're adults.
It's not necessary.
It's not necessary, but we're adults. We can talk past this. We can get past that, and we can still, you know, enjoy each other's company. It's just a matter of time. Just talk nice. That's all. Summerlee says the guy may not have meant to be rude or confrontational, but I came in late to all the arguing, and even I saw the original comment. I could see Rich taking it the wrong. Oh shit! It jumped. Where's it at?
Oh, that sucks. Excuse me.
Here we go. Okay. I could see Rich taking it wrong way and getting mad. I did not get mad. I did not take nothing the wrong way. I didn't see any of it. Jerry got mad for sure.
Well, hey, Doug, he comments that he has 3 different accounts now, so it is the same guy.
Okay, Gerald History says, why would I stay around when I can't even say my argument without your mods timing me out because they didn't like my argument?
Don't
Well,
be-
you could wait for the 20-second timeout or whatever it is, and then restructure it and ask the question again. You know,
or we
you
can
could,
eliminate it completely.
or you could get totally pissed off and quit the channel like you're threatening to do.
Yeah, and hey, Doug, see, you know, it's the same damn guy with 3 different
Hayden
accounts.
says so. He's had 3 different accounts now, so it's the same guy that's been deleted before. Okay, whatever.
We don't need
Felix Cabibbo says, I've only seen Rich get mad once, and he said he was going to whoop some ass. When I get mad, I do. You know, I was a bouncer for 30 years or 20 years, and I was in the band for 30 years, but I was bouncing at the same time, so that's why I got them too confused. I was a bouncer for 20 years. I was in MMA fighting for a while. You know, I grew up fighting. So when, okay, here's the thing. When I get mad at somebody, yes, first thing I want to do is whoop your goddamn ass. You know, don't talk to me like that. Don't treat my friends like that. I will beat your ass. I completely feel I can't because I've had this training for so long. I've gone through a million fights. You know, my right arm, my right hand has been broken so many times. Do you guys see how thick that is? Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Okay, I'm up here now. Let me show you this. Okay, here's a normal hand, and then let me go past this. Here is a normal hand on this side, okay? You see this right here? All this bones up in here. This is my wrist. This is my knuckles. Everything in between, nice and straight, right? Let me show you this. This is from years of fighting and how many times I've broken my hand. There's my hand. See how thick this hand is here? At this point right here, that's these bones right here going from my knuckles to my wrist. They have been broken so many times that, you know, I have had pins, if you can see in the front right here, right there. See all them points in my skin right there. All them points, them are from pins. I mean, multiple pins. We're talking like probably 12 at this point times that this bone's been broken. So this hand is a huge just chunk. I mean, like it's a I call it the hammer. You know what I'm saying? It's just a big hammer. And you know, when I aim for people's, you know, I don't aim for their face. I aim for the back of their head. Their face gets in the way. You know. But let me add something to this. One day, about 20 years ago, I was coughing really hard, and let me get in front of the camera here. And it felt like something from my pinky all the way up my arm, all the way around to my chest, to my nipple. It felt like somebody walked up, grabbed a rubber band, pulled it, and snapped it. And it made me yelp. It hurt. That was my nerves got ripped off, basically, at that point. So now I don't feel nothing here. I can feel pressure. I can't tell you if it's a needle or a pencil eraser, but I can feel pressure. I don't feel no pain in this arm. I can bash this arm into the table hard as shit. Well, hang on. I don't feel nothing. So, you know, along with all this, you know, training and being a bouncer, you guys can pick up your cup real quick, Jerry. I don't want to knock it off. Hold it up. There you
You'll
go.
break the table again?
I'm just going to show people, you know, here's my fist. I'm going to turn it over, and I'm just going to hit the table upside down, okay? Right? I do not feel nothing on that at all. It don't hurt me at all. So when I hit people, I mean, it's just knocks fuckers out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm coming from a background of fighting for many years, and then I'm talking to somebody that maybe was in 3 fights in their entire life, or got beat up twice and they won 1 fight. You know, there's some next level coming from somebody that has been in the ring and never lost. You know, I lost. Like, I lost my eye in 1 fight. I won the fight, but I lost because my eye is gone. You know, it's I don't know. When I get mad enough to actually want to whoop somebody's ass, I'm telling you, they need to hide from me because they don't want to get caught up with me, you know? I may actually lose nowadays. I'm 60 years old, 62. I may actually lose. I don't know. All I know is I've never lost in my entire life because I outlasted them. I fought these three guys once, and I should have lost. They were on me, but because I knocked the one out, and then I went after the next one, and the other one was beating me on, kicking me and shit while I'm beating this one, and I put him in the sleeper hold, got him out, and I went after the third one. All three people got laid out. They should have taken me. If I would have been, somebody that has been in a fight or two in my life and that's it, they should have won. They should have. They didn't, because I'm not going to quit. I don't quit at all. That's my buddy Eddie once said this to me. He goes, you scare me. I'm like, why do I scare you, dude? And he's like, because you won't stop until you win. So if I ever had gotten a fight with you, I know I could whoop your ass, Rich, but you ain't going to stop until you win. And that scares me. I was like, wow, I never thought of that. Okay. But, the point is, I don't get mad that much. And when I do, there's a good damn reason for it. I don't know. I just feel that I need to teach you a lesson. So, like, in the whole DJ case, he needs to be taught a lesson. He even sent me a message back after I told him I was going to kick his fucking ass if I ever catch him. He even sent me a message back. You ain't nothing but an old man. You think you're tough because old men are around you. No, I think I'm tough because of the whole life I lived of fighting all my damn life. I'm talking 300 fights or something. It wasn't just one or two. It was a lot of fights and a lot of going to jail. I've got like 5 assault charges on my record now. And I'm not bragging about that, but that's because people would go, from the bar that I kicked them out of, and they try and fight me, and I put them down in the parking lot. And next thing you know, they go to a damn police department, and this bouncer hit me, and I got charged. I can't believe it. I was doing my job, and he attacked me first, but without video. Now there's video, but before, back in these days, there was no video. It was their word against my word, and you all know any person that goes to the police first is usually believed. The other person has to prove they're innocent, Sue Ann even apologized. What a great mod. I told you she was great. Gerald, if you got mixed up in the argument, I apologize. Look at that. She's such a sweetheart. I love her. Gerald says, I genuinely only asked if you deleted a comment on your recent video because it was BS. Yes, I did. And it was BS. Yes. Reaper's my friend from 35 years ago. Even this whole trailer fiasco, we're not going to end our friendship. He cost me about, $4,000. We worked through it. He feels bad. Of course. We're longtime friends, Hayden says, there you go, Gerald. See a mistake? He is answering it. Okay. Oh, damn it. Gerald says, Rich made no mistake. You did it by deleting my comment and timing me out for asking it. Dude, mellow.
I should have left it deleted.
I should have.
Okay, we got a super chat from that monster fish guy.
All right.
I texted you yesterday, Rich, about helping at the rescue. I have work vacation coming up in 1 month. My old name on here was Tay Pipe. I remember that. Yeah. 490. Wow.
Dude, if you can come on out. I'll give you a room. You don't even have to get a hotel room. You can stay here and hang out with us, work with us and then party with us. Of course. Hey, hell yeah, I would do that for you.
One of the first things Rich told me was we never turned down a volunteer. 'Cause my
You
next,
hold this against me.
no, my next comment was, no, I'm talking full-time move-in volunteer. That was a little
All
bit.
right. Gerald says, I only called your mod that after she timed me out. Okay.
No, there's no
But
reason
if
to call
somebody timed you out, you
names.
can ask why.
That
You
was
don't have
just
to be
stupid.
calling people names and stuff like that. You know you did wrong there.
Yeah.
Just be nice. That's all. You know, we don't
A
have
bunch
to
of
end
children
everything.
calling
You
each
don't
other
have to
names
go.
online.
You know, it's okay. Let me catch up to this. Will Star says, in my opinion, the question was harmless. He was actually getting to the comments that left the comment and not you. Okay. Hayden says, okay, just be reasonable and listen. Yeah, we can all fix everything. It's all good. Summer Lee says, no, you called all of us menopausal. You meant to insult all of the mods. I get that. I get where, you know, somebody can get offended, but you know what? You don't need to get offended that easily.
No,
Seriously.
that's what set me off.
Right.
I was about ready to block him completely.
Gerald, oh, now he says, apology accepted, Sue Ann, in which I apologize for calling you what I did. Oh, see, now it's working out. That's the way to do it. Harley Gem says losing it on a mod was not the answer, and he knows that. Pop Taylor says they aren't censoring you now. Jerry has the short fuse. Well, you know,
Hey,
people that help out, people that help us, he loves this kind of thing. You know, these people are helping us and doing. Sue Ann don't get paid. Deb Charge don't get paid. Hayden don't get paid. Raheem don't get paid. They're doing this out of the kindness of their heart. You know, so when somebody offends them, yeah, of course we got to stick up for them, and I hope people can understand.
yeah, well, just
Oh, Hayden says, we don't want to make you upset, Gerald. We just want to make sure we all have a good time. Sometimes things happen. We want you here, buddy. Aw. And now the people are that's awesome. Sebastian says, I propose mods as a drink. Well, maybe next week. This week it is deck. Because I've got 2 decks now. From what I hear, they're pretty big. Lorenz comes in with the common sense. Don't kill ducks to make duct tape. That's hilarious.
That's a good metaphor, though.
Tyler says, Lorenz, that's so random, but I love it. That's a dad joke. Yeah, but it's funny. Matt Wynn says Big Rich has been throwing haymakers. Lorenz Cortas says Big Rich has built-in knuckle busters. He is just like Wolverine. Wow, okay.
Is that one about your knuckles look like Schwarzenegger's head?
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Harley Gem says, I had 3 pins in my wrist. My daughter kept the pins. I still have mine too. That's something, that's crazy. Why would you want to keep them? I don't know, but I've got them. I got like a jar with like, I don't know, 17 pins in there, 15 pins, something like that. Where they, and you know what's cool was I got to see it. They put a blanket up here. I couldn't see my wrist, but I could watch it on the TV. And I saw them and I can see the bones, you know, and they're trying to make the bones, you know, and then they drilled through them and then put the pins in them. I'm like, wow, that is so cool. I wanted to see it.
Yeah. I watched
Doopy says that hand needs some serious dieting. Sue Ann says, damn it, I need to make a salad after all that drama. Oh, okay. Stress relief salad. I get. Oh, now I understand. She's got to go get that. That makes sense.
You're a little slow on the uptake there, Rich.
Sebastian
I got
says,
that right at the
oh,
beginning.
did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Big Rich, that hand reminds of Schwarzenegger's head, the fish that passed away. Yes, kind of. Bulbousy, yep. Depth chart says, "Go to bed, Raheem. You're drunk." I love it. No,
He hasn't drank for damn near as long as I have.
really. He's sober.
No, he doesn't drink. No,
Okay.
he sure pushes it, but he don't drink.
Tyler Kerr says, "Rich is Muhammad Rich. He swims like a catfish and stings like a stingray." Okay.
I did turn that one around.
Raheem goes, "Buddy, depth. I'm not drunk." And you called it, Jerry.
He's made that comment before. He doesn't drink.
Gotcha. Raheem's like, "I'm not as stink as you drunk I am."
Yeah.
Tyler. Awesome. Sebastian says, "Big Rich, you are 63. No, not yet. In September, I'll be 63. September 3rd is my birthday. It's coming up, guys. It's coming up in 3 months, 4 months, whatever. Like June, July, August, September. Yeah, 3 months. I won't be 63. Look, pretty soon I'll be called a senior citizen at 50 or 60. No, it's 55. You're a senior citizen. I'm already a senior citizen.
Fucking kids.
What?
You kids. Garcia. Never mind. I'm too far ahead of you.
Temp Charge goes, "If you're not drinking, then stop overdoing the drinking word so much." Raheem wants to get us all drunk. I usually take one drink to however many he puts in there. You know, if he puts in 30, I take a drink.
I said he don't drink, but he does push it.
Oh my God. Mickey says, "The nature boy, Rich Flair." Raheem said he stopped drinking way back. Oh, shit, it jumped again. Hang on. Gerald says, "That's the thing. I did ask why I was timed out, but they just kept deleting the comments every time I asked." Okay. There's also multiple mods. So one person may be deleting for this, and another person may be deleting for that. And then after that, maybe the drama's too much and they just started deleting everything you said. I mean, it's possible. Nobody meant no harm.
Man, working on these swollen feet sucks.
Gerald says, "It is what it is. It's over." I'm glad we can work past that. Like I said, we can all talk. We're all adults. We can talk past things and get past it. Just don't get so mad, about a deleted, a simple question. Hey, my question
Well,
got
we've only got
deleted.
15 minutes left. Let's get past it.
A deleted thing, you should never get mad about. You can ask, "Hey, why was I deleted? Did I say something wrong?" And then they would explain it to you, and that would be the end of it. But they delete you, you get mad, you respond, this and that, and you don't want to, what do you call that? Where it just barrels out of control. I don't know. Summerly, we just have to get through Rich reading the backlog comments. See, Summerly, you are a sweetheart. Thank you so much for being one of our mods. You're always on the ball. You're always helping, and you make me laugh. Of the Dawns, fuck mods, and that got put through, but Gerald's got deleted. All right. Remove. There you go. How did you guys let Of the Dawn get through with that? And Gerald of that other shit. What the hell? Bob Taylor says, "Let's hear of our mods." Lorenz 30 is too much for me, to be honest. Okay, I don't know what that means. Raheem, deck 1,000 times, 100 times. There you go. Here's to you one time. Hmm. You know what that means, Jerry? I got to go make my third drink.
Good luck.
That means you're going to have to talk.
Where are you at on that?
I am coming up close, I guess. We're up to the Johnson, Georgia. You should name the snake Esmeralda. AJ says, great, Lorenz. And are you there? Do you see any of them?
We're way back. I'm way ahead of you.
Or you can't be. I'm close to the bottom. Harley Jem says, they put me to sleep to do my wrist. I was awake and watched my heart ablation, where wires travel to your heart and burned extra passageways. Oh, okay. Latko Zamoski says, hi from Macedonia. Oh, you're close. Sue Ann says, agreed. Esmeralda for the snake's name. That seemed like the number one name so far. Esmeralda. Garcia Aquatic says, well, hello there, and look who's late to the party. All in caps. You're not special, Garcia Aquatics. You don't have to do everything in caps. I'm just kidding with you, buddy. Xanthi said, just tuned in. How are you and Richard Jerry? Hip Hop Hillbilly says, hey, y'all, finally got a Friday night off. Hope all is well. Yep, everything's doing good.
Good to see you again, Hip Hop. Garcia Aquatics is joining us.
Tyler says, that's why he tries to get everyone else drunk, so we get drunk for him because he's not drinking. He says, Tyler says, I'm okay with that. Aiden says, hey, Hip Hop, been a while. Lorenz says, depth charge. Neighboring countries speak German, English, and French. Most of my 2 years of French, I forgot. German and English, about 6 years, and speaking more of it. Okay. Raheem says, last 2.5 years, I'm sober as hell. I'm only sober during the week. I get to drink on Friday nights. And this week wasn't one of the weeks that I stayed sober. We had, people come in from out of town, and I drank with them, so. It jumped ahead, so I'm trying to find my place again. Okay, I see this. Tyler Kerr says, decks, big decks, small decks, decks. Let's go, everybody. And to that,
that's a drinking word. Yeah.
That's a drinking word. Yep. I got to go get a drink. Can you entertain the people for a little bit?
I'll try.
Okay. And he can't read the new comments, so you just have to talk about something. Pick a subject and talk about it. Filtration, the breeding of this fish, whatever.
Go make your drink.
You had it with me? Are you sending me away, Jerry? I'll be right back, guys.
Finally,
I know when I'm not wanted.
Finally out of the room. I love you guys. This is my life. I'm retired. I live here. I'm part of the family. I'm not a member of OFR. I'm not even a mod, really. But I can eliminate you. It's called elder power. No, it's called mileage, man. I'm gonna watch here at the end, see what people are asking me. Yeah, Ross, I'm not a fan of the cane toad either, but it's nice to have one here so we can tell people, no, this is a cane toad. I'm a teacher by nature, man. You know, this
Why are you
the
lying
life
to these
out
people?
there, you know, people do your research and find out what it is. But my God, if you don't know the difference between a cane toad and a Pac-Man frog, you ain't got business owning either.
You referring to me?
No, I wasn't here
Well, I
for.
asked Preston, the exact words were, how this cane toad you're saying gets so big, how big does he get compared to a Pac-Man frog? And he goes, oh, much bigger than a
Oh
Pac-Man frog.
yeah,
So now you come up, if you don't know the difference between a cane toad and a Pac-Man frog, I'm like, oh my God.
I wasn't in on that conversation. You want to
You
take it
weren't there,
personal?
but oh my God, that was like, it's too coincidental not to, you know what I'm saying?
No, man, it's just,
You weren't there though, for sure.
I mean, most people as a pet frog keep the. I would say that the Pac-Man frog is probably the most popular of the pet frogs, other than maybe somebody catching a little green river frog and trying to keep it for a pet. So, you know, you know.
Garcia Aquatic says, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to hit the like button and the subscribe button.
Yeah, we lost our.
What?
Well, I haven't seen Fish Family Link.
Oh,
I
gotcha.
haven't seen it on here all night.
I think that was a mod.
No,
Or I'm not a mod, a bot.
electronic bot.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen it tonight, so I don't miss it particularly. But
No, it did good.
no, I tried to answer it a couple of times.
Don't answer you.
No, but
Gerald, you're funny. He goes, I'd reply to that, but it'll only drag the conversation back up 15 minutes when he catches up again.
no.
The one unsilenced voice says, just wanted to say hello to everyone and wish you all a happy Fishy Friday. I'm changing my
Yeah, I
aquarium
wish
water,
everything.
but still listening. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? We're going to drink one for you. The one unsilenced voice. There you go. You can hear us. We're drinking to you. Summerlee says, Rich, you may want to unban Gerald's other two accounts, Nick and Elliot. I don't know what that is, and I don't know why they got banned.
I don't know.
Raheem, deg 1,000 times. Dang it, Raheem. I just set my cup down. Here you go. Harley Jem says, my brain is not formed to learn other languages. I've tried a few, but can't get past a few words or phrases. Loren says, oh, that's talking to depth charge. Oh, this is a good question. Ken Cummings says, what happens when your power goes out for the fish? I have a small, little, tiny generator. I think it's a 3 horsepower. We can start that, and it's got 1 gallon of gas. It'll last probably 7-8 hours, and runs the air pump. If we need more than that, I've got the big generator that I can plug a 220 into, and we can have that outside, and we got an extension cord sitting on top of the generator that runs from there over to the main pump system for the filtration, and it'll run the filtration while the other pumps still run in the air. And if we go above, whatever, like that thing, I think it lasts like 12 hours on a gas. I can put more gas in it and keep it going. But I also got 2 of the battery things that get charged by solar or by electric. They're electric generators, and basically you can plug in appliances to that and run it. Reaper plugged in his laptop, his phone charger, his breakfast thing that I got him, which cooks like an egg, and it's a toaster oven and a coffee maker all at the same time. He plugged that in for a while. He ran this thing for like 12 hours. He slept in my backyard without telling me he was even here. I didn't even know he was here. He slept and he cooked breakfast for everybody, and then he brought it in. And all on my, electric generator thing.
In my estimation, we could operate this place for about 72 hours without any outside service.
Well, we'd still have to fill gas. We'd have to refill the gas.
With those battery packs, if we switch back and forth,
We could, but
Yeah.
that gas machine that runs a 220, the generator, I think it's 12 hours on that 4 gallons. So every 12 hours we'd have to put
But
in
how
more gas.
long would it take that to charge them battery packs?
Not long, and the
That's
battery
what I
packs could
mean.
take
The
over.
battery packs can last like 3 days on a simple system.
So we got it covered basically.
Yeah, it's covered. We'd still like to get a heater, wood fire heater out.
We
of it.
wouldn't have a heater. That's the one thing, because that's a gas heater, and we have
No,
no
with
backup
them
for gas.
battery packs, I bet you we could probably keep the temperature up. Yeah,
Well, it's summer now. The only problem we have is in wintertime.
if it was in the hard winter, we might have a problem. But I think
If we lost
we could handle a
gas.
temperature. Yeah,
in the wintertime. That's our biggest worry here.
I mean we've got 3 battery packs and 2 generators just to start off with, and we can put together more if we need. So we got our asses covered.
You hear him? You hear him, people? Our asses are covered.
See right there, it says Jerry is OFR overlord. By the power of Jerry. Oh, that's that comment I made earlier. I told him I'm not a member of OFR, and I'm not really even a mod, but I can eliminate you. Now I'm getting all feedback for it.
He's getting he's in charge. He's getting the power is enveloping you.
And the power of Grayskull.
Right. Okay, Summerly put up all the links. Oh my God, here's a good name. Harley Gem says if the snake is Esmeralda, the toad has to be Quasimodo. I like that combo.
That's pretty positive for a cane toad. Quasimodo is one of my favorite characters. I'd love to have.
Jerry, just because you're saying that, I want you to know that you're my Quasimodo.
Oh, fuck you. I'd like to know whatever happened to that fish we named Quasimodo. I mean, I know where it went.
Oh, okay. Then you know.
No, because it's been 2
Oh, it's
years.
been a while, so we don't know what happened to
Yeah.
him since. Yeah, gotcha.
But that fish had his whole face removed. It was an albino giant gourami. And its whole face, lower face, was removed. And it was just, it could inhale food if it wanted to. And we got him healed up, and we found him a home.
Yeah. Summerly says, I thought you were a mod, Jerry. He is a mod. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, I am a mod. I'm just not a member.
Harley Gem says, by the power of Jerry.
Rich won't let me become a lifetime membership. He ain't got no slot for it yet.
Hayden says, Jerry said, I can eliminate you. Doopy says,
Doopy.
Pac-Man frogs are ferocious eaters.
Oh,
Yes,
God,
sir.
are they? They're fun.
Oh.
One of my sons has one. To each your own, man. He likes to raise them. Damn it! It's on the end of my tongue. It won't fall off.
Oh, Garcia Aquatic says, who's ready for July? I am. I have already went out to my blue Harley, and I've got a flag on each, ape hanger, and I've got a flag on the front fender. I've got 2 flags on the rear fender. I'm ready to go. America.
Is he talking about the holiday, or is he talking about the auction, the yard sale?
Yard sale, holiday, it's all the same to me. I've got flags on my Harley. I'm ready to go.
I'll put it out there on a price tag too.
Oh, it'll be on the yard sale for sure. You guys want a Harley? It'll be out there, and special pricing for you guys. I'll get rid of it. What did I say? I think it was $6 grand for the Super Glide, and
Sorry, we can't ship to the Netherlands.
I would sell the blue Harley for $5,500. Title ready to go. It's good to go. It's a good running bike. It was my favorite bike. I've got a 1400 watt stereo on it. I've got everything. There's nothing you can chrome anymore. It's all chromed out. $5,500. It's yours because of. I'm gonna put it in the paper for $7,000, but I'm letting my followers and OFR get it for $5,500. So it'll be here at the yard sale. Hayden says, I want to be at the mods party so bad. They experience would be the ultimate vacation. Of course. The unsilenced voice says, thank you, Big Rich. I heard you. My fishy friends say hello. Aw. Okay, John Nathan Middleton says, what's happening, Big Rich? Love the videos. Just want to say hello all the way from Wales, UK. No shit. Any chance of a shout out for me? Thanks, Big Monty. Hey, Big Monty. Here's your shout out, brother. We're going to not even do that. We're going to drink to you, too. There you go. You can see through my cup. Here's to you, Monty. Or Jonathan Middleton. There you go. Lorenz says swallowing is for the girls. Oh my God, we just got off track. This is the night. It's 8 o'clock and we're off track.
It is past 8, isn't it?
Yes.
Kind of like to go get my feet up.
Anthony Lazama says, hey guys, I saw a few more paddlefish were added to the Tracy pond.
Yeah.
How big do those things get? They can get up to 5 foot. We have a couple at 3 foot and about 7 at 10 to 15 inches.
That one's about 18 to 20 inch. A couple of them, those ones we were raising all winter.
Yeah, they're bigger than the ones we just got in.
18 to 20, yeah, they're
Okay.
much bigger than the ones
Okay.
you got in.
See, Doofy says wild American paddlefish grow up to 7 feet. I've never seen them that size.
In the wild, okay?
Even in the wild, I've never seen them that size. I heard they can get to that, but
Yeah.
5 foot is what, Google says.
They have been officially registered at that size in the wild, but it's rare.
Just like
5
arapaima used to be, get up to 17 foot, and now they're only at 12 foot.
Yeah, they say if they're lucky if you find a 14 footer anymore.
Well, see, that's
But it
from
takes years
overfishing.
and years and
Yeah.
years, man. I mean, even 5 foot in the wild for a paddlefish is considered big. They harvest them at the fish farms at 3.
How you doing? Says, were you giving Dirty Mike or whoever was in your video today paddle? Yeah, he took 3 paddlefish, and it's Dirt Monkey, not Dirty Mike. That's hilarious.
That's good.
I'm going to refer to him as Dirty Mike from now on when I talk to him. That's hilarious.
What did I call him the other day? Dirt dog or something?
The Summerlee says Stan, a.k.a. Dirt Monkey, not Dirty Mike. Jonathan Middleton says, thanks for the shout out, Big Rich. Somebody, look at it. It got deleted for some reason. I don't know why.
That's what I think. There's somebody's finger trigger or something. There's somebody making mistakes or some system part making mistakes. Because there is stuff getting held for review that, why? you know.
Okay, I've got this. Got that. All right. The official man shark says, I know you guys have many different viejas in Big Rich, but do you have any of the marble vieja right now?
There are so many common names for the viejas. I'm not specifically sure
I think,
which
see how
one
he
would be
spelled it?
called
Is
the
that what
marble.
the vieja? Is that what he's saying?
What?
He spells it V-E-J-I.
Yeah, the vieja
Okay.
cichlids,
Okay.
right?
Just making sure I'm right.
Okay, there's nothing out there in our collection right now that I would consider a marble vieja. I could be wrong. We got a couple of hybrids out there, but
The official man shark says you should get a big American bullfrog, and Paul Cafaro has one. It'd be awesome in the Dwight Howard tank too. If you ever get rid of the cane toad, we have got American bullfrogs in the back pond. They are out there. They're like ribbit. You know, you hear the deepness, the depth in their voice.
oh, last season we had one sneak into the river inside.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, remember he's
I don't remember. No. Skull says, "What's up, everyone?" Summer Lee says, I had a cat named Quasimodo. His head leaned to the left. Okay. This is why I call Jerry Quasimodo. His head leans to the left.
Hey. Damn.
Damn.
He's trying to chase me back out to the back deck.
You know you want to go out there and smoke dope.
I want to go out there and have a cigar or two, too. Cup of coffee.
Okay, we're back. Okay, now I see where we were. Hayden says, does anyone remember when Big Rich fell in the Pacu pond? They had to temporarily set up. Still wish I could have seen that of you, Big Rich. I think I remember that. That's when Skylar's brother was here. What's his name?
Yeah,
What's his name?
I don't remember his name.
Skylar's brother. You know his name.
I'm not falling off my tongue, damn it.
Shit. I don't know, but we don't talk to him no more because
Yehoff Strada.
he called here, wanted to get, Skylar's, trailer after I told her to get your trailer out of here. I asked her nicely a couple of times, and over the last couple of years, I've been asking her, and every time she blows me off. This time I said, look, if you don't get it in 24 hours, I'm going to call the police and have it, taken away as abandoned property. And, then she don't call me. He calls me. Hey, Rich, I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? I'm like, all right, blah, blah, blah. And he asked me about Skylar's trailer. I'm like, well, she treated me like shit on the phone. And he cut me off and is like, I don't want to hear that. I hear this all the time. I don't want to hear this, blah, 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 this and that. I'm like, okay, that's great. See ya. And I hung up on him. And then Skylar called me. You have an amazing, quality of stressing me out. I'm like, dude, all you had to do was answer me. A simple, hey, Rich, can you wait another week? I don't have a way of towing it. I'll get somebody, blah, blah, blah. That could have been nice. But you don't answer me and you send your brother and then he starts giving me attitude. I'm going to hang up on him. I don't put up with that kind of shit. And, now you're telling me that I'm stressing you out. You've been stressing me out for years. This trailer has been here for 3 years and I'm tired of moving it to do the lawn. It's that simple. Please get your trailer out of here. and I don't have no way of moving it, blah, 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 this and that. That's not my problem. Move the damn trailer or I'm going to call, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, you're being an asshole, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, you just lost your 24 hours. Now I'm calling the police and having it towed out of here. And the trailer's gone. And now, there's nothing you can do about it. And she sent me a thing. I'm making a police report if you don't give me my trailer. I'm like, your trailer's gone. And the police have it. Make a police report. I don't care. You can't use me like that. You can't abuse me. You can't treat me like shit and think I'm going to do for you. It's over with. The trailer's gone. Okay, I don't know what Hayden's saying here. He goes, his exact words are, he said he had it on his time, on his home cameras inside, but he wouldn't show us. Laughing out loud, I think he should have. I don't know what that means. So, don't know what you were talking about. Deb Charge says, I would have just hauled the trailer on for scrap. Now, I can't do that. As a property owner, I know that I can call the police and have it towed away as an abandoned vehicle on my property, because I've had some other people leave their cars,
The Reaper says, I'm sorry I didn't show. I'll tell you everything tomorrow. Promise.
Brock is his name. Thank you, Sebastian. So yeah,
Sorry.
the whole thing is you have to follow the law so you don't get in trouble. Like, I can't get in trouble for whatever Skylar wants to do. She can call the police. She can do whatever she wants, and I can't get in trouble because I followed the letter of the law. I even was kind enough to talk to her first. This is what I'm going to do if you don't remove this trailer. And she was like, F you, you're an asshole, blah, blah, blah. You stressed me out, all this other shit. I'm like, okay, you just lost your 24 hours. I'm going to call him now, and that's what happened. Ronaldo says, hey, Rich, you were a bouncer and you like strippers. Were you ever a bouncer at a strip club? Yes, I was. Many strip clubs. I worked the strip club circuit for probably 10 years. And also the band circuit, I was bouncing at the bars that I was, playing in a band in. Reaper says, I'm sorry I didn't show. I'll tell you everything tomorrow.
I'm sorry. I'm going to get out of here before I jump ahead of you again, brother.
I promise. Okay. Summerlee says, sucks about Brock. Well, you guys got to understand, Brock and his mother and his father and her ex-boyfriend are all hearing things that, Skylar feeds them. So remember I was telling you, the cops kept showing up here for a, what do you call that? When the cops show up?
Safety, not safety check.
Not a safety check. They're checking on her welfare check.
Yeah.
They're showing up. We're here to check on Skylar, blah, 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 Miller. I'm like, okay. Hey, Skylar, police are here asking about you. And she'd come to the door and they'd leave every time. Well, the cops are here probably 12 times checking on Skylar. And I'm thinking it's her ex-boyfriend thinking something's going on with me and her or something, But no, it turned out it was Skylar calling her daddy and her mom saying, oh, Rich, don't feed me, blah, blah, blah. Playing the poor me thing and getting money from daddy. Dad would send her $200. Oh, Rich, don't feed you. Let me send you some money. Oh, Rich treats you bad. Let me send you some money, And that's what she kept doing. And I didn't find out until, long after she's gone that now it all makes sense, I could not. Now, imagine if this was really true, anytime the cops would show up and Skylar's being, mistreated by me or something, and she had a mark on her, well, I'd have went to jail, I just don't understand how somebody can live that life. Oh, he's so mean to me. He treats me like shit. He says that daddy sent me some money. And, they send money, but they call the police, Now it all makes sense. I can't believe it about that, That I couldn't believe it that this was happening. And she would say stuff like this. But she manipulated her parents. She manipulated her ex-boyfriend. She manipulated me. Let's just stop talking about Scott.
I'm going to excuse myself. You stay fishy, my friends. I'll catch you next week if I don't see you sooner.
So you're leaving us?
Yes.
Damn, Jerry.
Is it that obvious?
Yes, it is. It sure is.
My body's not cooperating right now. I am not very approachable.
Oh, you're using the Sue-Ann line? You take care, Jerry.
I'm holding on to that line, Sue-Ann. That's a good one.
How you doing? Says we should ban the talk of Skylar. Always brings down the mood. Yeah, let's go on from that. Okay, let's move on. Everybody saying bye, Jerry.
Bye.
He said bye. Okay, since I was late, I will stay on and go late for you guys, for sure. We should have Dirt Monkey on here soon. He said he was going to start coming on the Friday Night Lives. I don't see him, though. What's up, Dirt Monkey? Ronaldo says, Rich, do you have any crazy stories from the strip club bouncing days? Yeah. Okay. You guys know that me and Tracy had 2 kids together. I have a 3rd son, Richard. Okay. This was from the hottest stripper I've ever seen in my life. She was so hot. I tried making a housewife out of her. Did not work at all. I'm all, I want to get married. I want to have, kids, blah, blah, blah. You're fucking gorgeous. The hottest girl I've ever seen in my life, and now I get to do you. I want to marry you, Well, the stripper turned out to be, I guess, what drove her, because she missed the excitement of all these guys wanting her. So she started lying to me, telling me she's hanging out with Patty, the girl next door. And I'm thinking she's next door. Here, one of my friends call me and say, dude, your girlfriend or your wife to be is down here at Attitudes. She's a stripper at Attitudes right now. And I'm like, no, the fuck she ain't. She quit all that shit. We had a kid, she's next door at Patty's. And he's like, no, she's down here at Attitudes right now. So I got in my car. I found someone to watch my son. I got in the car and I went up to Attitudes. I walked in and there the fuck she was, wearing this negligee, barely covering anything, had her hand on this guy's thigh, and was smoking again. She quit smoking when she had the baby. And here, I thought she quit for good, and here she's smoking again, and she's got her hand on some guy's thigh, and blah, blah, blah. I walked up to her. I'm like, what the fuck? And she looked at me. She's like, what are you doing here? And dude wanted to, get a little, be an asshole. Who the fuck are you? I'm like, you shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk to you. You shut the fuck up. And he, good enough, he backed off. He receded into the background because this is my main attention. What the fuck are you doing here? You're a stripper now? Blah, 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 and this and that. And it went ape shit after that. That was it. I found out she'd been lying to me. She'd been a stripper for like 3 months and been lying to me about where she'd been at, all this other shit. She just enjoyed the attention from men that she didn't get at my house. I gave her, here's a home, here's everything beautiful. We have a kid, we're raising a kid. I'm all into the, raising my son. I love this. This is great, blah, blah, blah. You're beautiful. I love you, this and that. And it wasn't enough for her. She missed all the guys hitting on her, all the guys telling her how beautiful she is, And she went back to doing stripping behind my back. I couldn't believe it. And she is the same girl that told Tracy when I got with Tracy, she'd been around, she'd been in my life because we have a kid together. She told Tracy, you cherish this man. I fucked up. I chose, this, that, blah, blah, blah. But this man is a good man. I fucked up. I shouldn't have left him. I'd be here right now, the queen of his castle. But no, you're the queen of his castle. You cherish this man. She treated me, with good intentions, I guess. But I don't know. It was a hard thing I had to go through, and I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it at all. Everybody's saying bye to Hayden now. Suanne says, "Where is Stan the man?" Well, he went back home. Him and his wife was just amazing. She's a beautiful person. I have nothing but respect for the both of them. And, they went back home. But, anyways, we get back to, Rich, do you have any stories, crazy stories from the strip club? Okay. Before I got her pregnant and had a kid, I was up at Attitudes because I walked in and here I am. Do you remember the 70s, the Don Johnson era? It was, Miami Vice, I think it was called. And, he wore a white, like, what's that called? A Tumador or something, Fumador or something. And then a white jacket, but he wore a muscle shirt under it. And then white pants. And that's how I came in dressed. I was wearing white pants, white, sport coat with a muscle shirt under it. And I had the white, hat on with the black strip through it. And I walked in there and back in them days, I was hot. I was young. I was hot. I'm not hot now. But back in them days, I was. I'd walk into any strip club and I'd scan the area and I'd ask the girl I'm going home with. And I usually did. That's how it was back then. But I picked out her. She was the hottest girl there. And I did go home with her that night. And she surprised me by not giving it up. We ended up sleeping together, but we did not. I never entered the domain. You know what I'm saying? So we were together, but we weren't together. And then the next day, I ended up getting it. But for me, a girl that's saying no, I'm like, you're something different, blah, 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 this and that. And you're so beautiful. And I want you. And it made me want her as my wife. And, we were together for almost 3 years. We had a kid. And she went back to sneaking behind my back being a stripper. And now she's really nothing. It don't matter. The point is, we moved on. My son is 30, she's 34, 35, somewhere like that now. I don't remember. It's so long. It's been so long. I haven't, seen her in a while. She was over here probably 6 years ago. 7. No, Tracy's been down 6. So she's been 7, 8, or 9 years ago she was here because it was Tracy's birthday. And that's when she told her, be good to this man. You know, he's fucking a good man. You know, blah, blah, blah. I should have never left him. All that bullshit, you know. Harley Jem nailed it. Attention seekers need people 24/7. Yep. Tyler Kerr says, "Hey Rich, how you doing, brother? Sir, not sure what I can or what I'm allowed or what you prefer to be called. Anyways, how you doing? Call me anything. Call me Rich. Call me sir. Call me, you know, brother. It's fine with me. It's all good, bro. You know, I can already consider you family. How are you stepping back to this now? You know, you're already family." Fedora, that's the hat. Yes, thank you. Sue Ann, fuck off with that pedo bullshit. Doopy says, I wasn't alive during that time. Deb Charge says, my hot girl moved in next to me. That was 30 years ago. Still love her. It better be your wife, Deb Charge. What the fuck? Harley Jem says, point is, absolutely. Looks aren't everything. See beyond it. Yes, if I'd have known what a absolute horrible person she was, I'd have never fallen for her. But I fell for looks. Yes, for sure. All right, I'm caught up. I'm all the way down to the bottom. Summer Lee says, you two are so cute, it makes me gag. Who are you talking about, Summer Lee? Is Belle still here? Say hi if you're here, Belle. She sends me the most amazing text every day. Amazing. Ronaldo says, Rich, did you break up a lot of fights as a bouncer? Yes, I did. It wasn't always about fighting. It was about, you know, problem solving. Hey, guys, calm down. No, you know, just like tonight, you know, the whole, you know, Gerald thing. It's about calming the situation. You don't want to fight. You don't want to end up in that situation. But there were people that, you know, just wanted to fight, you know. Okay. And my best line I used to them was like, look, guys, tonight's my first night. I'm a new bouncer here. I don't want to get fired. Let's go outside and smoke some weed, you know. And they're always available for that. And we go outside and I shut the door behind them. They can't come back in. Boom. So yeah, 90% of my job as a bouncer was to discourage drama, but that 10% of drama added up over the 20 years. You know, it's where I've got, you know, 5 assault charges and blah, blah, blah. It was just crazy. Tyler says, you never answer me. How you doing personally? And I agree. My wife is the most gorgeous woman I've ever met. She is an amazing woman, and she goes through, can't believe I'm with her 12 years later. Aww. See, now that's just heartwarming. You think that person is beautiful and she's a good person, and you know, you have 3 kids with them. Could you imagine coming home one day and finding her with somebody else? That's the shit I went through with Tracy, you know. Yeah, we only had one kid at the time, but I thought I was done for. This is my person. This is my, she was my person. And here I find out, you know, she's with somebody else and blah, blah, blah. And she didn't care about anything. All she wanted was, you know, the divorce and, you know, I can have the kids, I can have the house. She didn't care anything. All she cared about was a new boyfriend. Dude, the only time in my life I've ever thought about ending my own life was that situation. That's how bad things were, you know. And now to know that I'm taking care of her and helping her, you guys don't understand how much, you know, she put up with of the hatred, of the bullshit, you know. So I guess I'm doing pretty good for all this, because now I'm willing to remarry her if she'd just be able to talk to me. You know what I'm saying? And Gerald says, wait, why wasn't I offered that option earlier? What option is that? Deb Charge says, I was a bouncer for a short time. Fuck that. Yeah, it's not a good job. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody, because it seems like if you're the biggest bouncer, which at that time I was, and in the places I worked, the smallest guy always wants to fuck with you, always wants to fight with you. And it's a drama all the time. The little guy syndrome, it sucked. You know, I don't need this drama. I don't need this bullshit. But if you back down, you're showing weakness, supposedly. So you gotta, you know, stand your ground. And this little guy wants to, and you know, I yelled at this one guy. I'm like, dude, I could fucking destroy you. Fucking back off. And he did not want to back off. And I had to destroy him. That's all there was to it. Harley Gem says something, because you usually just poke fun at Rich. Whip. What did Whip say? Whip says he's never complimented my text. I've commented on your text many times, Whip. Fuck off with that bullshit. I don't know where you're coming from with that bullshit. I just know that you have many, many people on your live stream, and you've never asked me to be on it. I've been on your live stream. I've seen it. I don't comment. This is true, but I don't know why this is becoming a problem. Tyler Kerr says, the most amazing thing that ever happened to me was she got me off the bar stool and back in the kitchen doing what I love, and no, I can't control it no more and know when to stop. She's my savior to me. You know, that's what everybody needs. Somebody in their corner, right? Pushing them to be all they can be and telling them what's right and wrong. That's what you need to do for her, and that's what she needs to do for you. And I'm telling you, it's an amazing relationship at that point. You know, a lot of these fucking people get in these relationships and they end up hating their partner. You know, you this, that, you do that, you know, you do this, and they end up hating them more and more, and they stay together. And it's just like, why are you people together? You know, I don't get it. You should build each other. You should each become the person you should be. You know, you should each like grow and blossom because of the other person. Like when I was first with Tracy, it felt like I was climbing this hill and I'm dragging my two children up the hill, and she's grabbing my arm trying to pull me back. That's how it felt. You know, I'm trying to get ahead, and you know, and I didn't understand it. After she ended up being homeless and alone, she talked to me, and I'm like, I'll give you a place to live. You can live here, but I want you to be the mother that my children should have. You're going to learn this. You're going to learn to be a good mother. You're going to learn to be a good person. I will never forgive you. I hate you, but I will give you a place. And that's how it started with us. And when people say once a cheater, always a cheater, I don't believe that, because this person, this girl named Tracy, learned that, you know, what you thought was something special, you know, some guy hitting on her at work, wasn't special. What you gave up was special. You gave up a whole life with, you know, me and the children that would love you forever. No, I don't know. Sue Ann, fuck off with that bullshit. I've seen you. I've been on Whip's lives. I've never seen you. I don't talk on Whip's lives. I've been there, and I showed him that I was there. I told him about what he talked about and everything else, and showed him that I was there. I don't talk. I don't comment on his lives, you know. So I haven't done that. So you're not catching me in nothing wrong. I was there. I don't know. I proved to him that I was there. That's all that matters. The point is, he's never asked me to be on his live, and he has all these other people on his live. So why get mad at me for not being there when you haven't asked me to be there? You know? Somebody says, well, talk, Rich. I didn't have nothing to talk about. They were in the middle of a conversation. I log on, I see it, you know, I log off, you know, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't nothing about me. It wasn't nothing about anything I do. They were talking about their problems or their, you know, situation or whatever. And I didn't feel the need to step in. But I was there. And Nate says, Sue Ann's getting feisty again. She's always feisty. I love her. Sue Ann even said it. She's always feisty. You gotta love her. She's a sweetheart, and she can cook. She takes care of her man. That's I give her props. Good girl. Even Whip agrees. He did. I can't give him shit for that. That's right, brother. That's right. He still hasn't asked me to be on his fucking live stream, though. The fuck, you know, I got a special guest tonight, you know, Big Bridge, blah, blah, blah. You know, he hasn't done that. He's got some people I've never even heard of, you know, as his guest. What the hell? Harley Gemma says, except when Sue Ann is unapproachable. There are some times when Sue Ann is unapproachable. Absolutely. That's hilarious. I wish I could do what Whip does and have guests on here. It's so hard with the OBS software to get a guest on here. I need to do that, because then I can have, you know, Paul Cafaro, Zach Ketchamal, you know, Monster Mike, Justin, what's his name online? It's shit, I forget his name. He's one of the Florida YouTubers, you know. He's got the eyebrows that are crazy. Shit, I don't remember, but I can have, you know, Greg Woodstock. I can have, you know, the professor from Greg's Yard. You know, blah blah blah. StreamYard sucked, and I paid for a year of it, and it wouldn't let me do my movable background like I got here, and that's why I didn't, you know, stick with StreamYard. But, you know, Whip does the free version, and you can see it says StreamYard on there. I had the paid version and still couldn't do the movable background or the videos for background. So anyways, the point is, you know, I could have a lot of people on here if I could do that. I need to learn how to do that. I mean, I heard there's ways, but it's just so hard on this OBS software. I'd have Whip on. You know, like right now, I'd boom, hook them in, and boom, we'd be on there together, and we can all talk to you guys. Oh, Fanatic's another one. No, but it wasn't Fanatic. It was another guy. His name is Justin in real life. I've been to his house. Whip says, I didn't think you'd be interested. I usually just have the same guys up there. Aquarium Domain, Chattanooga Ed, and Rack River Life. Never heard of them. Free StreamYard is what I use because I'm a cheap dastardly. Can't get you. Hey, I'm just saying you got mad at me for not coming to your videos, and I'm kind of mad at you for not ever asking me to be your guest. So I should be, you know, a renowned guest coming on yours once a month or something. Boom. Oh, Blake's another one. Blake's Aquatics, or Blake's Live Animals, whatever it was. He's another one that we know. We could have him on there. No, Fanatic is a cool dude. He's good. Justin, though, is shit. I can't remember. He's the original one that helped me out, told me to be, you know, every week, be the same. Put your videos out the same. Be, you know, on time every week. And I forget the word for it. But he's the one that taught me that. Blake's Exotic Animal. That's it. He's a buddy of ours. He's been here. So has Paul Cafaro. Fanatic hasn't been here. He's one of the Florida YouTubers that we know. So is Monster Mike. But then there is also the other one. His name is Justin in real life. I forget his online name. He's a big YouTuber, like 7 million followers, you know. Very big Florida guy. Blake, you know, he got them baby what are them things called? They're in the water. Shit. I can't remember, but he's been raising these baby things for so long, and they're so adorable. I want some. So Ann says Breton is doing amazing things. I don't know who that is. Matt Wynn says, is it Justin Mendez? No. Nicholas Duran says, what's up, Big Rich? What is the name of the silicone caulk you guys used to install your glass on the 3000? That would be GE1 silicone with no mold control. You got to have the GE1. That's what we use. And then we changed to, and it ain't Camp Kenan, Doopy. Thank you. We changed to this black caulk that we're using now that is a lot stronger. I don't remember the name of it. Sean Farrell says, is it Justin Mendez? No. It's damn it. He's on YouTube. Let me see if I can find it with my phone. No, this ain't my phone. This is my phone. I got a new phone today. And this is the S25. This is the S26. I have to send it back. Dismiss. Okay, let me go to YouTube. Over here, YouTube. Dun, 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 dun. He overacts so much. You know, oh my God, guys, there's this animal that will eat the shit out. It will kill you. We have, you know, he's so over exaggerated, and his eyebrows are like so thick, and he moves them a lot. I forget his name. That's what I'm trying to come up with. He's the one that helped me the most on our YouTube thing. Dun, dun, dun. I'm just scrolling through trying to find him, and he shows up on my things all the time. Shit. Here. I'm going to have to do this. Contacts. Search. Rod. I'm going to have to call Rodrigo. He knows him. Oh, look, he's not going to answer me. That's a bullshit. Thanks, Rod. Appreciate it. Making me look dumb now. Recent. Rodrigo. Call again. Rod, what's up, brother? Big Rich. What do you mean, who's this? What do you mean? Oh. They did come up as Big Rich? What the fuck? Oh, you got new phone? Oh, gotcha. You lost a. Uh huh. Really? Oh my God, that sucks. Yeah, this is Big Rich here, bro. Okay, how you been, dude? I've been watching you. You've been doing great things. Your ceiling, I'm okay. Of course, I'm impressed with the new big tanks you got, but the tanks from Singapore. But fuck that. Your ceiling of your new place, it's got all these things. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so jealous. That's what I want. I love these things that you got up there. You got like sharks and yeah, I bet. Right. You can get me some things like that? How much? Okay, let me know. If I can add in with you and buy more stuff, you know what I'm saying? And we can get a package deal, that'd be great. I mean, I want that stuff for above my pool. Okay, thank you, brother. Thank you. Okay, here's the question I called you for. And you know, I try not to bother you. You're a busy man, this and that, blah blah blah. But this is Friday night live stream. We're on live stream right now. You're on the live stream with us. Everyone's watching you, you know, on the phone. And I was like, fucking, I called Rod and I'm telling everybody he's my friend and he don't answer. I'm like, this makes me look bad. Right. Then you answer and you're like, who's this? But anyways, um, okay, all the Florida YouTubers, you know them, I know them, and blah blah blah. I'm trying to come up with Justin's name on the online. I forget his name. Justin, the guy with the big eyebrows, fucking always overacting, fucking raw fishing. Thank you, brother. That was it. I said the over exaggerated acting and the big eyebrows. You nailed it. You're like, oh, raw fishing. That's hilarious. Can't believe you know it by that. Oh, everyone's saying, hey, Rod. He says, what's up, everybody? Oh, really? He's babysitting the kids, everybody. His wife went to one of his friends' weddings and he's babysitting the kids. You know, you can't ask for a better father figure than Rod, you know? He's let me show you some fish. What's your most favorite fish, buddy? You know? Right, right, right. Oh, does he? Your kid? Yeah, no shit. See, a little Alora, my granddaughter, when she comes around or she's over here and somebody else comes around, she goes up to him. I mean, like she's the shyest girl ever. But if another kid comes here, she'll go up to him, grab her hand, let me show you the fish. Then grabs her hand and takes her out in the fish room. We're like, oh my God. Kids are amazing, bro. Now, can you see that living life the way we are now, could we have lived the life the way we used to do, and we didn't think kids were nothing or this and that, and now it's like it's everything. It's a different world now. I can't see myself growing up acting like I do now back then. It's amazing. I love. No, you don't. Stop it. It's something funny to say. Well, you know what? You should have a gym at your house so you don't have to go anywhere. Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. That's funny. All right, brother. Love you. Good to hear from you. Yeah. You know what? We're going to come by there. We planned on it. We haven't been there in a couple of years, and you guys have done so much amazing things that you're ready to open for the public. Shit, we want to be there for that. You know what I'm saying? When is that? When is that? We're not going to make it on the 4th. I'm sorry. We already got plans. Okay. Yeah. After, if you want to make a plan for, OFR to come there, we're going to come there, and we'll have to fly in because we can't take the 9-hour drive to you and then 9-hour back, anymore. But we'll fly there and we'll be there for the day of a certain day that you want to do it, you know, plan that and we'll do it. Me and Josh both. And maybe even Reaper. Right. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. A meet and greet would be awesome. All right, brother. Love you. We'll see you later. All right. You take care. Wait, let me put you on speakerphone. You can tell everybody goodbye. Hang on a second. Oh, he hung up. Fuck. Sorry, guys. I was going to have him say bye to you. He hung up. So now you don't know if I really talked to Rod or not. Nah, he's there. All right, let me catch up to this talking here. All right. Everybody's saying hi, Rod. Blah blah blah. Harley Jim just said, my son just went, oh yeah, to raw fishing. He's got a great channel. I think he's like 7 million followers or 5 million, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it was raw fishing. That's the name I couldn't pull. And I had to call Rod to remember it. He helped us out a lot in our, early days of doing the YouTube videos and stuff. Equal Star says, what was he talking about that you went over the pool? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is saying or what's referring to. Sean Farrell says, have a great rest of the stream, Rich. Dog walk time, can't wait for Monday's video. Okay. Oh, Doompy says 8.25 million subscribers. Yep, that's Justin. Or raw fishing. Shadow says, wow, haven't tuned in a long time. You look like you lost a lot of weight. Yeah. I went from 344 Thanksgiving to 252 today, which is, I think, 92 pounds. I've lost, a whole person. Doopy says, I thought the same thing when you talked about his eyebrows. That's Justin. Rick Wooten says, what's going on, Big Rich? Kind of late. Just got off work. Awesome. Rick's here. We're just hanging, brother. Having fun. Shadow Bear says, congratulations. You look great. Thank you. Sean Farrell says, holy shit, good for you, Big Rich. Keep it up. Well, let me show you. You guys all know me and this and that, but you don't remember me. And I love showing people this picture. Let me go to Facebook. Let me go to my account, which is here. Let me go down here. Let me go to this. Okay, no, out of here. Let me go to my account. Nope, out of here. Let me go to my account. There we go. Now we're at my account. Now let me go down through Facebook. Here we go. Oh, this was me in Thanksgiving of this last summer. So maybe 6 months ago, whatever. There I am. This was 344 and then 260 I got to, and now I'm down to 252, which is this picture. Let me go to it. Here I was at 261 wearing my tight shirt, my Superman shirt, in the bathroom. And now I don't have a picture of now. Now it's this shirt. This here is, hang on a second, let me put this in. All right. So there is the shirt I'm wearing now, which is a 2X shirt, a skinny 2X shirt. You know how some sizes are bigger. I was able to wear like 4 2X shirts before. Now I'm able to fit into every one of them. And this one here, I pulled out today. Never wore it before. It still had the sticker on the front. And I'm able to wear just regular 2X shirts now. So. Doobie says Big Rich was talking about big fake fish hanging on the ceiling. Yes. Well, you know, Rod got these things. And, you know, it's a fake fish, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like you see at public aquariums, you know, and then he's got this 10-foot round mouth out of a megalodon, blah, blah, blah. I want that kind of stuff here. You know, I want that hanging from the ceiling, of course. Matt Wynn says, Big Rich, if you're in getting any of those fish hanging from the roof of the pool, let us know. If you can pass on to your subscribers if they're not too big. Okay. Sean Farrell says, holy smokes, amazing, dude. Looking great. What are you doing to drop the weight? I'm doing nothing but the carnivore diet. I eat meat, very small portions, many times a day, every 2 hours. And it just seems like the weight's falling off of me. Sean Farrell says, I'm down 35, but I'm at a standstill. Change your tactics. That's the whole point. Change what you're doing. Start something else. You know what I'm saying? It'll work. And then you'll go down another bunch. Jerry Johnson, he got to bring this up. Yesterday, he was wearing a 2X shirt with the size tag still on him for advertising. I didn't know, you know, that the shirt had the sticker on it that said 2X. I'm wearing a new shirt. I'm like, I don't remember wearing this shirt before. And I put it on and it fit. And next thing I know, Jerry's like, you know, you got the sticker saying 2X on there. I'm like, really? And I looked down and I pulled off a clear sticker, you know, about 6 inches long. I'm like, holy shit. Harley Gem, this is very real. Don't get discouraged by the lulls in weight loss. Start looking in the mirror, not just the scale. my son told me that, and I didn't believe him. And I hit a plateau at like the 250-ish mark, 258, 259. And I stayed there for a while. But the skin under my neck got skinnier. The skin on my arm got skinnier. The skin on my belly, the skin above my schwanz got skinnier. I'm seeing thinness, thinner all the time. I'm like, wow. I pinched my butt, and my butt, I can feel the meat under the skin, and the skin is, I can pinch it, and it's just like, a half-inch thick, as opposed to it used to be like 3-4 inches thick. I am getting skinnier without losing weight right now. This is true. So I said, use chicken breast, not canned chicken. Well, canned chicken is there for the fast things. In case I need, I do use chicken breast as much as I can. And as far as the whole raw fishing thing, I know him as Justin because that's how he's in my phone number. I can call him and talk to him, but I didn't know his I forgot his YouTube name. All right, any more questions, or you guys want to go off the rails and talk about music or food or movies or anything? Let's do this. Again, about the suan thing and the canned chicken, I use that for a backup, like tuna. If I've got nothing in the fridge, I'll go ahead and do a can of tuna and eat that, or I'll do a can of the canned chicken, and I'll add some bacon crumbles in there and a little bit of ranch light dressing, chicken bacon ranch. Oh my God, it's so good. Summerlee says, have you spotted the goonch yet? I don't know what you mean. We have a few goonches all over the place. Which one are you talking about? Sean Farrell says, perfect. I'll look into it. You're an inspiration. Oh, thank you for everyone. One of the Pacu going in their final home real soon. You almost busted me. Watch Monday's video, okay? Oh, the one in the monster pond? Let me find my mouse here. Summerlee says, the one in the monster pond. Yes, we've seen him many times. We haven't got him on video or whatever, but he's there. We see him. Him and the jowl we don't see ever because they hide, and then they come out when they're ready to feed, pretty much at nighttime. So it's we don't really catch them during the daytime. They're hiding somewhere. And just like, remember, I used to be like, how the hell can I lose a 7-foot arapaima? I can't find him in the pond. I know he's in here, and we couldn't find him. Well, they hide the same way. They go up to a wall, like in a rock or between rocks or between branches, and they're dark, so you don't see them. Whatever. It's crazy. Sean Farrell says, Rich, found you in 2021. Big channel that I watched during the COVID years. Aw, that's right when Tracy first happened. Haven't missed a video since. Signing off to take the pups for a walk. Enjoy the rest of the evening, Rich. Aw, see you, Sean. Take care, brother. Whips World says, Rich, all kidding aside, I am super impressed with your weight loss success. I lost about 80 pounds a few years ago when I went from 310 to 230. What you're doing is awesome and so good for you. Thanks, Whip. I don't care what people say about you. You're all right, my brother. The Vasquez family says, have you heard from Sam Scales lately? Yeah, I just talked to him like 3 days ago. Sebastian said, "You say Jerry pinched your butt?" No, he did not. What the hell are you talking about? Now, see, Whip being 310 to 230, he's about 5 inches taller than me. So now he's a skinny son of a bitch at 230, being 5 inches taller than me. I'm still 252 right now at 6'1". He's like 6'7", 6'6", 230. So he's skinny. I mean, skinny at that weight. All right, guys, you see it. Third drink down. Do I get another drink? Do we continue this? Do we keep going? Let me know. Oh, what is this shit? What the hell? Get up out of here. Go back to here. Okay, there we go. Now I can go down. Come on. There we go. Okay, we're good. And Doopy says, yes, we all want you drunk. I say stupid shit when I'm drunk. I tell you guys the absolute truth when I'm drunk. I don't want to do all that. Whoops World says, truth, Harley, I was shooting for 220, made it to 230, and now I'm back over 250 again. Food is just too tasty. It is very, when you get older, of course, when you're young, you got driving forces, and you're growing, and you're this and that. But when you get older, you realize food is there. It never lies to you. It never fucks you. It never ruins you. It just tastes good, and it's there. It's comfort, and it's so easy to get out of line with food, because if this is good, then 10 more portions of the same thing is even better. You know what I'm saying? And you end up getting big. The whole point is, I have to now give up food as a comfort, because what else do I got? I've got my kids, I've got my grandkids now, and this and that. And that's what I'm concentrating on. Before, it used to be food. And, what are you going to do on, Tuesday night? Well, let's go out to dinner. What are you going to do on Wednesday night? Well, let's order in. Let's order this. Let's get that, And next thing you know, you're fucking a blimp. You know what I'm saying? So this is why back in the Roman days, all the Roman, emperors were fat. And all the signs of being a rich guy meant you were fat, because you could afford all this and that and blah, blah, blah. It was the skinny guys that couldn't afford it. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with today. It's the same thing, Tyler Kerr says, deck. I wish I had another drink. I'll drink that last sip for you. I got to go get another drink. Okay, so Harley Gem says, I got to bring out the dog. Going to see the surprise of continuing the live when I get back. Okay. Doom P says, what's on the shirt? This is a shirt of Slash from Guns N' Roses. Tyler Kerr says, that's good, Rich. We love you. Like ACDC says, have a drink on me. I would love to. Dean Hobbs says, did you start the diet eating crackers and cheese? No. I started the diet. I swear to God, I didn't eat for like 17 days. I didn't eat at all. I'm done. I'm done being alone. I'm done being single. I'm done being, fat. I'm going to lose weight. And I did. And that 17th day, I was in the grocery store because I still have to buy food for the fish and all this and that. And I was going to the grocery store and I was in the cart and I passed out and I fell to my knees in the grocery store. I'm like, okay, I have to eat something. So I went home and I started on at that point, what's it called? The diet where you just eat meat. I just said it a little bit ago. I can't remember the name. Anyways, so I just ate meat and it was, like 3 pepperonis at, 10 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, you ate a slice of, chicken breast. At 2 o'clock, you ate, another 3 pepperonis. At 4 o'clock, you ate, a slice of chicken breast. Or at 8 o'clock in the morning, you ate eggs. Eggs, meat, and sometimes cheese. You can add cheese to things, being on the carnivore diet. That was the name of it. Thank you. So yeah, I started eating that, but eating small amounts many times a day was way better than eating 1 time a day, which is what I was used to. I'd eat 1 big meal a day. And it turns out eating small meals many times a day is, helps you lose weight at the same time. So that's what I did. And that's what I've been doing since. So yeah, that's how I've lost all this weight. And this is why I can't have Sue Ann here cooking for me. She's gonna make, biscuits and gravy and eggs and sausage and all this stuff. I can't have her here doing that. I gotta, I gotta eat the way I've been eating because I want to lose. I'm at 252. I want to lose another. I want to get down to like 225, 230 maybe, somewhere's in there. And I ain't going to do that by having people over that can cook good. Like Maritza and Ricky were just here, and Maritza cooked and cooked and cooked and cooked, and I tasted all of it. I did really good on my diet. I only ate the meat out of it, but I ate a whole lot more than normal. So 252 went to 258 when they left, and now I'm back to 252. But it was. I mean, I ate and ate and ate. Although it was just meat, I still ate way more. But it didn't take me long to get back down to the 252. Dean Hop says pepperoni was what I forgot, not cheese. Okay. Stanley the Dirt Monkey was here, and he was talking about how, Greg Woodstock said, talk Rich into taking, blah, 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 this or that, or being better because he's just starved himself. And absolutely, Greg Woodstock has no clue what's going on. So Stan started telling me about the carnivore diet, and I taught Stan about the carnivore diet. He was here telling me about how you can get, pizza without a crust in a bowl. I'm like, know that? But yet, better yet, I can make a pizza crust out of canned chicken. Have you ever heard of that? And he's like, no. So I made him. The next morning he came over at 8 o'clock in the morning. He had a whole pizza ready for him. I took a can of chicken, canned chicken, 1 egg, and some Parmesan cheese, and then some Italian seasoning. And I made it, 1/4 inch thin all the way through. And it was about probably 18 inches wide all the way around. I put that in the oven for 10 minutes under 350 and let that heat up. Then I took it off of the tin foil because it wants to stick to that. I flipped it upside down onto a pizza pan and pulled off the tin foil, then put on some light ranch dressing, and then put on Parmesan, and then, mozzarella cheese, and then, what do you call them? Pepperoni all across the top. And you know, you dip your pepperoni into Parmesan dip. I figured it'd turn out good, and it did. It was amazing. He loved it. He's like, I can have pizza again, you know. So now he can go home with this recipe to make pizza crust out of chicken and have whole pizza again, which he hasn't had in forever, he said. So, you know, it was a good thing. Matt Wynn says moderation is the biggest part for me. You know what? I saw this thing once that hit me hard. I mean, it made sense. This hamburger doesn't make you fat. 3 hamburgers makes you fat. This French fry don't make you fat. This French fry, this hamburger, and this milkshake makes you fat. You know what I'm saying? And they kept showing examples of that all the way. And it goes back to eat little bits every 2 hours. Don't eat, wait for one whole day and then eat a fuck ton. It just makes you fat because your body takes on so much and puts it where it needs, and then anything extra goes to fat reserves. So stop eating such big meals. Eat smaller portions many times a day, and you will lose weight without being hungry, you know. Whoops World says, band question. I feel like I have a good grasp on your taste in music from the 80s, but what bands from the 90s do you listen to? I got to get you off the food topic or I'm hitting the fridge. Love your whip. You're amazing. Okay. I don't know about 80s and 90s. I'm just going to say a bunch of bands that I love. Started off with, you know, Ozzy, of course. Black Sabbath, of course. Led Zeppelin. Scorpions. AC/DC. You know, these were the primary bands of my youth, you know. Judas Priest, The Gods. If you guys haven't heard The Gods, go look up The Gods album and listen to them. They're amazing. Very local band here, but a big part of my childhood. I'll tell you that story in a little bit. The Gods are a big deal for me, okay? Love them. Just go check out The Gods. You know, there's like 4 or 5 songs like Candy's Going Bad, you know, The Gods Gotta Keep a Running is the main Gods song. And they're local from here, and I got to see them. I got to go up on stage and sing the talking part in the middle, and it was like, you know, the Gods song, you know, rocks, and then in the middle it comes into this, and it's like, now big up y'all. Now we stoned to the bone, and we hot and sweaty. Look at us. We're everything your parents ever warned you about. They think we're all junkies, but God's are rock and roll junkies. They don't understand this, that, blah, blah, blah. And then I forget what the wording, but whatever. The Gods are here. Let me see some more from it. The Gods are rock and roll junkies. Now every night we hit a different town. Every night we get high. Every night we rock and roll. Every night we go crazy and we know we're killing ourselves, but it feels so good. And the guitar went with it, you know, it was amazing. And then it's like, they can't stop the God's rock and roll machine. Stop the machine, the machine, the machine. And it just kicked in. You know, it was like, this is my dream, you know. This is what I live about. This is all about me. This is everything about me. You know, I love this song. And I got to go up on stage at Sabres in the Flats in like 1983 or something. And they pulled me up because, you know, the guitarist, Eric, pulled his headstock down, and I grabbed him. I'm like, yeah! And he pulled me, and it pulled out of my hand. And then he put his guitar stock down again, and it pulled me again. I'm like, you want me up there? And he nodded yes. I'm like, yes, you know, and he pulled me up, and he pushed me to the mic, and because I was singing every word they were saying, you know. And it was one of my young life best moments of all time. They pushed me up there, and I got to sing in Sabres in the Flats. You know, the Flats is a big deal here in Cleveland. That's where all the parties are. That's where all the bars are. That's where all the strip clubs are. That's where all the major, clubs are. And I was down there in the flats, and the gods pulled me up on stage, and I got to sing the whole, I'm sitting there in front of, I don't know, probably 1,000 people, and I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is awesome. And, he pushed me to here, so he wants me to do it. And we're like, the gods are rock and roll junkies. Look at us. And it was amazing. It was like one of my favorite times of my young life. So I love the gods. Let me go on with the story now. But anyways, like 20 years later, I got to see the gods again in the Akron Agora, and I took Richie, my oldest. And I'm like, I loved you guys. I followed you guys. You were awesome, this and that. We're backstage with them now, behind the stage. And we're in a room, and and I'm like, and this is my son. I got to teach him about the gods, and you run my young life. This is how I based my whole young life on you guys. I can't see enough. I can't do enough in one damn day. I'm going to use you, babe. I'm going to lose you, babe. I don't care what you say. Blah blah blah. And I went from girl to girl to girl to girl because of the gods back when I was 15 to 17. And it was just amazing. I love these guys. And now to bring my son to a concert, and we got backstage, they gave my son a shirt, and they all signed it, right? And then they gave me another shirt and said, let him wear this one. Put that one on the wall. You got it, bro. And I still have it to this day. And, 2 of the members are passed already. I still got that, I love the gods. You guys got to check out the gods. They're awesome. Matt Wynn says, growing up, I was always told to eat whatever's on my plate. Once I got past that and ate in moderation with smaller plates, the weight is off. Yes, and that's the way I grew up. You eat what's on your plate. You eat what's given to you, or you're a bad kid. You're not doing well. You're not. This is disgraceful. Blah blah blah. All that shit. So I used to eat heaping mounds of food off the plate. And now that I'm an adult, I eat less amount, more times a day. And I'm telling you, look at my arm. I can pinch the skin, and it's maybe a little over a 1/4 inch wide. This used to be like 2 inches wide. I'd grab, handfuls. It's amazing. Sue Ann says, Holy Mother, Father, Big Rich likes bitches. Oh, that's funny. Okay, it jumped ahead. Let me follow back. Okay, here we go. Anyone in chat listen to Lena Hall? Does a lot of covers. Also had a major part in Snowpiercer. Don't know her. Depth Charge says, why do I have a cup of veggies in my room? Suanne says, what's up with FFL? What does that mean? I don't know what that is. Harley Jim says, I still have some posters and a stack of pics from magazines of bands I had throughout my room as a teen. Yeah, that's a big part of your life. Of course, I would love to have my band room back that I had. Nate says, I just picked up Ozzy's last album the other day. Just listened to it a little bit ago. Pretty good. Not his best, but a decent album. Well, he's 60. No, I think he's 70. He's 70 years old. You know what I'm saying? Bob Taylor says she has great vids on YouTube covering Peter Gabriel. Okay. Whip says, I'm a big fan of Tool. Not sure if you get into progressive metal. Of course, I love Tool. Who wouldn't love Tool? All right, guys, more comments. We're talking about music. Let's get into it. And if you're going to make me wait for a comment, I'm going to go make another drink. My fourth drink of the night. Be right back. You guys talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I absolutely cannot stay no more because I ran out of vodka, and this is the last drink I can make. It was actually a little short from making the drink. But I'm still here with you. All right. Oh my God. You guys have been really, why do you talk more when I'm gone than when I'm here? What the hell? Okay, we're back to where I was. Okay, you guys are talking about the Who band or Who, H-U. Have you guys ever heard of third degree or ultraviolence? That's what I want to know. Temp chart goes, look who's back. Back again. Tell a friend. Big Rich is back. You tell us to talk amongst ourselves, we do. Of course. Yes. Matt Wynn says, Rich, are you referring to the Gods with the Z or the British rock band, the Gods? No, with the Z. Actually, here, let me do this with my phone. I'll show you guys the Gods. Okay, that don't show up. All right. Go this here. The Godz. Go. There we go. There's the album I'm talking about. You see that album? The Gods album. That's it right there. Now, let me see if I can get to the album or the song names. Go Away is a fucking great song. Here it is. It's a damn sure you're cool. You're everybody's fool. You can't come because you're uptight. So baby, go away. Baby, baby, won't you go away? I mean, it's a great song. You got to listen to it. It's awesome. Okay, MK Cichlid says, Rich, I got to say, it seems like you have your mind made up about the toad, but in my opinion, it's not worth the risk. The snake is too beautiful and valuable to gamble on. No, you got to understand what I said before. They have a bunch of them emerald green boas in a paludarium or palladium or whatever it's called with their cane toads, and they've never lost one. They don't see it because the cane toad is a amphibian, not a heat. It can't sensor. It's the same temperature as the air around them. You know what I'm saying? And this one snake, the emerald tree boa, has things on its face that sensors heat like an infrared. So it'll see everything's blue and then a red dot going across. That'll be a mouse. It'll go after it. But if it's blue on blue, because the cane toad is the same temperature as its surroundings, it won't even look at it. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about movement. It don't strike on movement. It strikes on heat signatures. And the fish or the toad does not have a heat signature different than its surrounding air. Now, if the toad was a warm-bodied mammal and it was warmer than the surrounding, the snake would see a big blue thing with a big red dot, and it would eat it. It would try. And then it would die because the cane toad is, not good for anything. It's very, what do you want to call it? You guys know what I'm talking about. I can't think for it. Michael says, came late. What were you saying Steve Woodstock didn't know anything about? Don't know who Steve Woodstock is? Sorry, don't know what you're saying. Oh, yeah, Bob Taylor knows. The Gods do a great Candy's Going Bad. That's awesome. That's side B of the album. Thanks for turning me on to them, Rich. Got to keep it running. Go Away and Candy's Going Bad are awesome. Yeah, for sure. Ross Dingle says, I'm biased. Cane toads are an invasive species here in Australia. I've heard that. Yeah. Aren't the cane toads poison? That's the word I was looking for, poison. Yeah, they're very poisonous. If like the snake tried eating it, it would get poisoned and die. You know, blah blah blah. They are very bad. Okay, MK Cichlids again says, I'm not saying it won't work. I'm just saying I personally fed, I'd rather not risk it. I fed many snakes. Many snakes is the thing. Thawed rats that were not warm and they still struck at it. Yes, boas, pythons, all these other snakes will strike at moving food. You had to throw it in there and they saw it, they latched onto it. This one snake, the emerald tree boa, only feeds off of heat signatures. So you would have to warm up that rodent in the microwave to get him to see it, to get him to strike at it. And this is why they're known as the most, striking, thing. They will strike at your hands because it's a warm thing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Nate says MK is not understanding. I get that. Toompi says we are now fighting the bullfrog invasion in the Netherlands. Its DNA is discovered in local waterways. No shit. Matt Wynn says, I remember the group now. I Googled it and their lyrics focus entirely on dope, motorcycle, loud rock, and sex. Yes, earning them a massive, fiercely loyal following across Ohio and the Midwest. Absolutely. And that's why I felt, I loved the gods, basically, what was that one song? Go Away, I think it was called. I was talking about earlier, and it's like, babe, I'm going to use you. Babe, I'm going to lose you. I don't care what you say. No, this has got to keep it running. I'm going to burn right up like a $2 pistol, Rocky Top to the sun. I'm alive and I'm a jive and I'm a passing you by. I don't care for anyone. And it just goes on. And it's talking about the freedom of being a biker and going. Yeah, that was the song. Okay, MK, I don't want to argue with you no more. Love you, but I don't want to argue about it. The point is, they've had cane toads with their emerald tree boas forever at their shop, and they are fine. They're the ones telling me it'll be fine in there with them, blah, blah, blah. So, Cheryl comes in and says, Mrs. Reaper is here. If you're Mrs. Reaper, why haven't you dated him yet? Why haven't you gone out there and seen him yet? I asked him just the other day, yesterday, I think it was. And he's like, no, we haven't, hooked up. He's willing. Get in there, Cheryl. Get in there. He is willing. He's got a lot of family stuff going on and this and that. He needs you. Get in there. That's my dude. I've known him for 35 years, and I'm telling you, he's a fucking good guy. If you can deal with a smoker, maybe you're a smoker. I don't know. As long as you can deal with a smoker, he's a fucking good guy. He will be there. He will never cheat on you. He will never leave you. He will never nothing. Just go and start treating him nice. And, he has no choice but to be in love. Period. Look, you guys have talked about this for like 5 Fishy Fridays. Let me tell you, we don't have much time left. We've got 20, maybe 40 years left. If we get fucking old as fuck, I'm telling you, go now. Call him. Go show up. Go just do this. It's what Reaper needs. He needs a good woman in his life. Ronaldo says, is Reaper dating this or not dating this woman because of money? No, money has nothing to do with anything. Reaper has enough money to cover his rent and he's fucking just fine. I'm telling these people, you need to get together. Cheryl likes Reaper. Reaper needs a woman, period. You know, he was with his last woman for 30 years, whatever it was, 35, whatever it was. And she treated him like shit. And he needs somebody in his life that treats him good. I guarantee you he will be loyal and a good husband. He will be a good mate, you know, whatever. He needs to call me back. Call him more then. Cheryl says she smokes. Okay. Well, then you guys will get along just fine. Sue Ann says, damn it, Reaper. Holly Jem said, even if just friends, go have coffee, get it started. For sure. I mean, Cheryl, please call him. Do me a favor. Call him. If you don't answer, call him back. Please be the one to start this, okay? Just go. Go start this. Reaper needs a girlfriend. Trust me. I knew his wife for many years. He needs a good friend. Please call him. He may not be, you know, willing or whatever at first, but fucking call him and call him again and call him again. You need to be the one that starts this. Trust me. Nate says, what Dawn did to Reap was terrible. I felt for him in the video he had posted. Yeah, she was mean. She was, you know, at first, when they first got together, let me tell you this. I was with Tracy and Reaper I had just met. And then we go out on a double date and we're at this party and his girlfriend came up to me and she fucking grabbed my ass and left me with the perplexing, do I go for it? Do I tell Reaper, my buddy that I just met? And I chose, because like I tell you guys always, fuck selfishness. Always choose what's best for you, your kids, your family, and then your friends before yourself, right? I chose to go tell Reaper. I just met him. Here's a girl that is grabbing my ass, but that's his date. So I went and I told Reaper, your girl just grabbed my ass, and I'm sorry. I don't want to be the one to tell you this, that, and blah, blah, blah. But, and that's how, you know, we grew a strong bond together because I started off not lying to the man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they ended up getting married, and she hated me for years, and I dealt with it. And then we started getting along in the and you know, and last 10 years or whatever. But they weren't good for each other. She was so mean and mad. She was like his Skylar, you know, if they were dating. She was just mean to him all the time, and he was never happy, and it was not good. And, you know, when they broke up, I couldn't believe it. And now somebody else is interested in him. Please, Cheryl, please, for the love of God, go push yourself on him. He needs this. He needs this. Blake Weber says maybe Reap wants some time to himself. I don't care what Reap wants. Reap needs this. He needs somebody else in his life that's going to show him that they're going to treat him right. You know what I'm saying? He's so used to this whole arguing bullshit and taking the back seat and letting her get away with whatever she wanted, you know, and it was just not good. So Sean says, just got back from a walk. Love Reaper and Jerry. Great part of the channel. Glad to see you're still live. Cheryl says, I will. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you. Fuck. That's what he needs. I want to see you two here together. I will push this. I will. I'm his friend for 35 years. I know what he needs. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I don't want all this drama. I don't want to start something else and cause more drama there. That's the way he's looking at it. He's not looking like, hey, I have a future with this girl that actually likes me. I am. Fucking call him. Fucking push yourself on him, please. I will push you. Come here. I will call him here. You know, fuck. He needs this. He needs a new woman. Blank Weber says, how many women grab your ass now that you lost weight? You need to feed yourself like you do the fish. And Jerry, no, I haven't had anybody shit for years grab my ass. I haven't had anybody, you know what I'm saying? So Cheryl says no drama. No, no. He needs no drama. He needs you to be in his life. Trust me, I'm saying this. I've seen you, I've seen him. Please get a hold of him. Please push yourself. He needs this. He's trying to be like, oh, I don't want no drama. I don't want to start something. Maybe she sees this, blah, blah. Fuck her, okay? Please, Cheryl, please push yourself. Get on there. Reaper needs this. He's a good guy. Fuck. You're missing out on a good guy, and he's trying to not start, I don't want trouble, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, fuck that. You guys need each other for sure. Ronaldo says, Rich, whatever happened to those two girls you had on a few weeks ago? One had black, blonde hair. She was so attractive. Yeah. It turned out I got too drunk that night. They were serving me alcohol and they were overpouring me. And I got too drunk and I made out with the girl with the dark hair and the blonde. And, you know, the next day she calls me and starts arguing with me that she deserves $100. She wants me to send her money. I'm like, for what? I didn't offer you no money. You know, what are you talking about? And she's arguing and, you know, bitching that she deserves $100. That, you know, no matter what, we're going to make videos of them as mermaids, or I'm going to make money. You know, she deserves her $100. I'm like, are you serious? You're all about the money? Is that what this is about? I'm like, look, I just met you yesterday, and now today I'm arguing with you. You know, I don't want this, you know, drama in my life. You know, just lose my number. And she kept on going. She wanted $100 for her appearance fee. I'm like, I didn't promise you no money. I introduced you to my people as the new mermaids, and if you'd have came over and made mermaid videos, I would have gave you a percentage of that video. If the video made $500, I'd have gave you $50, you know, 10%. But you want $100 right now for just showing up on the live stream? You know, no. I don't need this in my life. This is too much drama. I just met you, and the next day I'm arguing with you. I don't want this. You know, just lose my number. And I blocked her, and I haven't talked to her since. I don't know why I made out with her. I don't know why I kissed her, but I was drunk. Don't remember, but I remember kissing her. And Harley Jem says he's looking at it like it'll end his relationship with Dawn. Hard to get past that, but please try, Cheryl. Maybe. I don't know why he's being like doubtful, but why would anybody want that relationship? I've told him for years to stop, you know. She's so mean. She's always controlling. She's always, you know, yelling at you and putting you down and blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't know. Blake Weber says, whoever this is to, hit up repeatedly if interested until he says stop. He deserves a good woman, but probably don't view it as worth his time. Lack of better words, give him time. No. That's not how Reap's looking at it. He actually likes Cheryl. She's a sweetheart. She's nice. But I do think there is something about this Harley Jem thing that says he's looking at it like his relationship with Dawn will be over. It's already over. She's been gone for a year. She lives in someplace else, you know what I'm saying, up in Minnesota or Chicago or something, way far away. They haven't seen each other or haven't even talked in a year and a half now. So I know for a fact Cheryl needs to move in because, Reaper's a good guy. I wouldn't, why would I put up with this whole trailer fiasco if he wasn't a good guy? You know what I'm saying? That cost me money. I wouldn't have him around after that. If you cost me this and that, blah, blah, blah. He's a good dude. So Michael Jay says, yeah, she always seemed very mad and annoyed in the video she was in. Yeah, she always was. Blake Weber says, drinking word for all the women we've kissed and don't really remember. What's the drinking word tonight? Deck. Deck, everybody. Deck. Sean Farrell says, Reap's a great dude. I've lucked out and we'll be celebrating 20 years with my wife this August. Aw, awesome. Reap deserves a phenomenal partner. Of course. Absolutely. Sean says, you're a good friend to Reaper. Well, he's been there through thick, through thin, forever. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. He deserves a good woman. And Cheryl, if you just don't yell at your man and put him down and act like he's an asshole, you're already better than Dawn. So you're a better girl for him than, what he's had. And he put up with it. He dealt with it. And, I don't know. Suhan says, ignoring what I just heard, what'd you hear? Summerlee says, I don't think she means Reaper is fearful of the relationship being over finally with Dawn, but more he fears is any other relationship will end the same way. No, I think he's more worried about Dawn getting mad if he finds somebody new. You know what I'm saying? I think there's going to be some drama there, oh, fuck you, you're an asshole, I can't believe you found somebody new, blah, 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 and he's going to have to deal with it. You know what? Too fucking bad. He's going to have to deal with it because that's what she's going to do. She's probably already with somebody else. They've been together. They've been, separated for a year and a half, That's just my thought. Blake says, bet all these women wish they could be sitting on your big deck. Blake, that's fucking funny. Yeah, they are divorced, so Summerlee is right. But, he's still going to have to deal with some bullshit. He just got his stepdaughter back, Gracie, where he can see his grandkid now, and he don't want to upset her because she's going to be upset, of course. So, Fast Kid's family says, I agree, Rich. He can just trying to avoid the bull. That's right. That's why I'm telling Cheryl to, push. Please come by here, Cheryl. I'll invite Reaper over and I'll force it. It don't have to be either one of you. I know you don't want to be the one forcing things, blah, blah, blah. But he needs this. He needs this. Trust me. He needs you. You care about him. He needs you. Trust me. I will do whatever I can to get you two together. Summerlee says, this is why I don't do relationships. I don't deal with bullshit. Well, you know what? You're missing out on the one greatest thing. When you have somebody in your corner that is, trying to help you get ahead and you're trying to help them get ahead and you can both, nurture each other and get ahead, it is amazing. Now, is it easy to find? No. Fuck no. Fuck no. I'm 62 and I didn't find it. Until I found a girl that cheated on me and I divorced, and now she was ready. Okay, that's my Tracy. Love Tracy. Such a sweetheart to me. Treated me so good for the last 20 years. But should I have gone through that to find that? No. No. I wouldn't want anyone to go through that. I was thinking negative thoughts. I was thinking of killing myself. You know, I mean, this is the worst thing I've ever gone through. That my wife is touching somebody else, you know. I almost didn't handle it. I got past it. I got through it. I raised my kids. And then I raised Tracy and made her become the sweetest girl ever. The best. I couldn't find a better mate than Tracy if she was still here. You know, I don't know. Let's just go on. Okay, so we left off the Summerly thing. Okay, Blake Weber says, I'd also talk to my big deck every video if I had a big deck. Okay, you're funny. Harley Gem says, right, I got enough BS dealing with my daughter's partner family. They suck. Sorry you have to deal with that. Sean says, Reap needs a good woman, some Bud Light, and a handful of Viagra. I got the Viagra. My dad gave me like a fucking huge bag of this shit. I'm giving it out to everybody. I gave it to Mark, to John, to Reaper. I have some. They can have. Cheryl. Blake Weber says, Reaper is old. Acclimate him properly. He's harder to force changes as an old fish. I get that. This is why I said, Cheryl, come here, and I will make Reaper come over, and I will force you two together, okay? Let it be on me, okay? I will do it. Cheryl says, oh my. No, Reaper needs you. Cheryl, you don't understand. You were interested in Reaper, and now we are all there. He needs you. He needs you in his life. You're interested in him. He needs to see that somebody else will actually treat him nice and be good to him, or he don't care about all the bullshit. She says the July 4th weekend. Dev Chart says, Rich, you want the bag you gave me back? I don't need it. What bag is that? I don't remember. Sorry, Dev Charge. Happy Friday, fish, everybody from Hawaii, from Flowers with Horns. There you go. I'll drink to that. Sean Farrell says, my wife is my biggest supporter. See, that's the way life is supposed to be with marriage, you know. My job is this continuous, biggest controversial topic in the country today, but she stands by my side even though her family may not. See, and there you have somebody in your corner. That's what I'm talking about. That is amazing when you have somebody that uplifts you and makes you better. You know, you grow as a person. You don't need somebody yelling at you, making you a small person, and they're fucking yelling and screaming at you, and you know everything you do is wrong, and you're apologizing. You're fuck that dumb shit. You need somebody like I did for Tracy when we first got married. She wanted to be an electrician, and they were all telling her no, then blah blah blah. And I'm like, babe, you go, you try anything you want, you know. And I went to clock because she started working for Lawndale Electric, And they said, we have a journeyman's program. We're willing to pay for the schooling. You go to Clock Electric for 2 years, and you become a journeyman, you know, blah, blah, blah. And you learn all this stuff. They're paying for it. Well, the first night she came home, right? She came home, she cried. It's too confusing. I don't understand it, blah, 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 blah. So you know what I did? I paid for the Clock electrical program. I paid, and I went in there, and Tracy sat next to me, and I learned everything for the daytime, you know, from 5 o'clock at night till 7 o'clock. And then I'd come home and I'd reteach Tracy everything in layman's terms, you know, reteach it where she could understand it. And I got her to pass this Clock electrical class. She got a like $7 an hour raise, and she became a journeyman electrician, blah, blah, blah. And you know what? Yeah, I put in 2 years of my life, but that was supporting and helping my baby, you know, and I helped her out. So this is, again, when I found out she cheated on me, how it was so mortally wounding that, you know, I've done everything for you. How could you, you know, blah, 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 and this and that. But anyways, she became an electrician. And this is before the narcolepsy set in, to where she got, you know, SSDI, Social Security Disability Income. You know, this is what you do for your mate. You know, Cheryl likes Reaper. I'm sure she's going to stand for him and help him get ahead. You know, and he needs to see that 30 years of your life was from this woman that degraded you, put you down, argued with you, constantly caused drama. He needs to see that there's somebody there that is willing to help you get ahead, help you, you know, move ahead, be good to you, be nice. He needs this in his life, you know. So that's why I don't care what Reaper thinks or says. I need Cheryl to come here, and I will push them together for sure. If she likes Reaper, we're great. We're good, you know. And Sean Farrell, you, my friend, have found the way ahead in life. You've got a wife that supports you and loves you and believes in you. And I don't think she would cheat on you. You know what I'm saying? This is what anybody needs. A wife or a husband. They need the support of their other half, period. And this is why you should be together, you know? Well, Dominic says, as long as she has no mental problem. Cheryl, are you on mental pills? Are you taking some mental fucking drugs? You know, let us know. Sean Farrell says that's exactly what it's about. Support is everything. Absolutely. Doompy says that's, to be honest, that's pretty crazy to do, Big Rich. I don't know what he's referring to. Sue Ann says, God damn, it's been 5 hours live. Well, you know, you got me drinking, guys. Flowerhorn says, Big Rich, you sound like you got a big heart. Many blessings for you. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, you're now part of the Fishy family. EW20621 says, I support my wife's pool and she supports my racing and older car addiction. Hey, great. Okay, Sean Farrell says, my wife would never, I won't say who I work for, but I will say my job puts stress on her that when I leave for my shifts, she prays I walk back through the door at the end. Aw, That's amazing. You know, give her a big hug for me. She's just amazing. You know, that's what every relationship needs. You know, I am not me without you. When you walk back through the door, I feel complete. That's what every relationship needs. I swear to God, that's so. Doobie says, you doing the electrician school and teaching it to Tracy? Yeah, it's a couple of years, but you know, I've learned a lot of shit to where I do my own electrical now. I'll replace my own plug. I'll put in my own line. You know, I did my own 220 line to the uh, tanning bed for Tracy. Blake says, not a fish question, but what hair products do you use? I tell you what, I use plain and simple Suave, $1 per you know, one thing of Pantene. I'm sorry, not Pantene, Suave. You know, it's called shampoo. But I use that for my hair. I use that for my body. I use that for my feet. I use it for my butt. It's shampoo. Shampoo is shampoo. You don't need, you know, crotch wash, you know, and use that stuff for your crotch. You don't need this for foot wash, you know, or foot, you know, care. You don't need that. I use $1 per thing of Suave to wash everything. And then I use Pantene as conditioner for my hair, you know, to make it. I love the smell of Pantene. When you smell, oh my God, it's so good. When you smell my hair, and you know, I come down between like, you know, 4 people, and then my hair is there, and they smell it. They smell my hair, and it smells so good. This hair, oh my God, I can smell it now. It's so good smelling. I love the smell of Pantene. So I use Pantene, but other than that, I use just regular Suave, you know, shampoo. Flowers with Horn says we need to make relationships great again. Been through a few bad ones, but got a good one now. Oh, that's awesome. Glad for you. Vasquez family says I had to take a step back and janitor, and my wife pushed me to now I run my own crew and can finish and seal any floor. She's seen what I didn't see. See, that's, you have an amazing wife. She stands behind you, you know, makes you a better person. This is what the world is like, you know. You need somebody to make you better. You have somebody. You know, I didn't have anybody, you know, and I always wanted somebody. And as much as I was, you know, homeless, blah, 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 I couldn't wait to be married and have somebody. And it didn't work out the first time. And it didn't work out the second time. But Tracy wasn't where I was in life. You know, I was much older than her. And then she got older, and she realized what she threw away, and she became the best person to me I've ever had. Is Tracy. The last 20 years, I should have remarried her, but I was still stuck on, I will never, you know, remarry you. You fucking, you know, you cheating, lie, blah, 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 all that. I couldn't get past it, and I should have. And now I regret that I didn't. But I told her, she wakes up, she can answer me in any way, squeeze my hand, blink her eyes, whatever, I would remarry her right now and give her what she wanted. Flower says, I got to try washing and shampoo. Do you condition, Rich? I do with Pantene. So after I wash my hair twice, the first time gets the grease out. The second time it actually, you know, foams up and becomes a wash. I then rinse it all out. Then I put it on Pantene, and then I go ahead with the rest of my shower routine. You know, shaving, um, scrubbing my feet, you know, your whole area down there, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, you get back to, you know, your face, and you're back to the point to where your conditioner has been sitting in a while. You rinse that out, and then you go ahead and rinse off the rest of your body. And that's how I do my thing. Like Weber says, regular times or regular trims. I need to up maintenance my no. You know, all these people say you got to cut a quarter-inch off a month, blah blah blah. I have never fucking done that. I've cut my own hair since I've been young. I've gone like 7 years without trimming at all, and I'm in the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest competitive mullet. So you can listen to other people, or you can listen to the guy with the longest fucking mullet in Guinness Book of World Records. Don't cut your hair every month. It's never worked for me. I never did it. I never did. Greg Catfish says the anger eats you up. Yes, it did. It sure did. And you know what? It stopped me from having, because I could never believe, you know, once a cheater, always a cheater. You know, you didn't care about me, blah, 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 this and that. But she was really, really sorry for what she did. And all she wanted was to be remarried to me. And I didn't see it. 20 years later, she became the best mother to my children, the best friend I could ever have. And she always had my back. I mean, she always had my back. Some girl come here, blah, 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 hit on me, this and that, you know, and she would be right there, you know, ready to fight this girl because she treated me wrong or whatever. She was so good to me, and I didn't see it. I only saw what she did to me in the past. I should have remarried her, 10 years ago. 15 years ago, I should have. But I hated her for, you know, I can't believe you touched somebody else, you know, blah, blah, blah. No, it didn't work out. But after she died, and I read her, she had these books, I'm going to say books, of these, you know, notebooks, and just full of everything she wanted to say to me. And all she ever wanted was to be remarried to me. And I did not, you know. I should have. I didn't. I should have. Suan says, hair is like fish, each grow out their own, just like relationships. Yeah. Blake Weber says, guess I'm screwed. Only get a trim for normal formal events, and shit don't seem to grow. Rare I go to more than one funeral marriage a month. Oh shit. Depth charge says, should I grow a skullet? What does that mean? Depth charge says, this is the lie that never ends. Okay. And Sean Farrell says, Rich, you can't live in regret. Everything happens for a reason. The choices we make happen for a reason. You are a better person for the choices you made. Do not live in the past, my dude. Well, thank you for saying that, but I do regret not remarrying Tracy. You know, they say once a cheater, always a cheater, and that's not always true. She completely regretted what she did, and all she wanted was to be remarried to me, and I didn't give her the chance. I was like, you know, me once, you know, fool me twice, fuck you, you know, and that's the way I was. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, doesn't matter. It's what you're doing now that matters, Harley Jim says. You know what? I could have lived the last 10 years of my life in sheer marital bliss if I would have remarried Tracy. I regret that. I was stuck on the fact that, you know, fuck you, you cheated on me, you lied to me, blah, blah, blah. Yes, she did give me the kids. She did give me the house. All she cared about was her new boyfriend, and she ended up homeless in 6 months, and I gave her a home. But you're going to be at least a good mother to my children. And I had to teach her how to be a good mother, and, you know, all this. And she took it on. She did it. She did everything that I wanted her to do. I just didn't believe that she loved me. But now looking back, I kind of treated her shitty, and she put up with it. You know what I'm saying? It was just, I mean, I loved her. She's the mother of my children. But I was still, you know, smart ass, said some shit. She put up with all the hatred that I had for her. And I wish I can go back and, you know, treat her good for the last 10 years, because she treated me really good. You know? And you know, that's all I want from anybody else. And you know, people that come by here, treat me good, I'll treat you great. That's all I want. I don't want drama. I don't want, you know, meanness. I don't want hatred. I just, you know, if you treat me good, I'll treat you good. I've got some guy I don't even know coming here at like 11 o'clock tonight, spending the night. He's going to stay here tomorrow working with me. You know, coming from out of town, from Minnesota. He's driving 6 hours to get here, or whatever it is, 7 hours, whatever it is. And you know, I just want the rest of my life to be, you know, drama free, happy, and good. And you know what? She was doing that, and I didn't see it. This is my biggest regret of my life right now. Not my firstborn's mother, not anything else, is not giving Tracy the second chance. Because she earned it. Okay? Fuck. She definitely earned it. And I should have given her the second chance. And then she died on me. That's my only regret in life, is that I didn't treat her good for the last 10 years. I mean, I treated her good. I took care of her, but I was still standoffish. You know what I'm saying? I kept her at a distance. Let's say that. And I regret that. All right, let me read some of these things here. Blake says, I'm glad you have an outlet to vent, Big Rich. Be back with you and give you the opportunity, or she will be back with you and give you the opportunity to remarry her again. Our hope is with you, man. Me too. Thank you so much. But Blake also goes on and says, glad you have an outlet to vent, Big Rich. Who needs therapy when you got fishy Fridays? That's awesome. Thank you. Toopy says, where are you from, Flowers? Okay. Emily Lewis says, the wedding vlog would have been amazing video on YouTube. Oh, of course. Flower Orange says, Doopy, I'm in Kona, Hawaii. Awesome. Flowers with Horn says, Big Rich, I hope you get your wedding
One day you deserve it. Oh, awesome. Doompy says, wait, PM is midday. I am in the morning, so we are exactly on the other side of the world, time-wise. Harley Jem says, it's not, uh-oh. Guys, you're no longer my therapist? What? Blake Weber says, preach, Rich. You don't know what you got till it's gone. Absolutely. And Flower Horns says, yes, Doobie, we are. It's the afternoon here. Okay. Oh, Doobie says we don't use AM and PMs another one, so I had to do a little, thinking, process it a little bit because they use military time. They don't use AM PM. Gotcha. Emily Lewis says you need a hug. Thank you. I absolutely do. I tell you what, I love my Friday nights. I get surrounded by you guys. You're all good people. I love it. And this is why, earlier when Gerald had a problem, I was like, we can work it all through. You don't want to, miss out on these people. Everybody's, good people here. Oh, wait. Sean for real says, Rich, we're all here with you, my dude. Thank you. Appreciate it. But Monday, we're going to do a special live stream with Brett Raymer here. So you don't have to wait till Friday. It'll be Monday or Tuesday. I don't know what day he's coming here, but he's going to be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So I don't know what day he's going to be here all day. But I will talk him into doing a live stream while he's here. So watch for that. Blake Weber says, keep the comments coming. Rich is in real mode. I see that's the whole way. Ever since I had the brain surgery, I can't remember shit. And you guys always hear me forgetting a word here and there. But the whole point was I learned to just say what's on your mind and speak it. And, you're never lying. And the only thing you bring up is what you remember was actual facts. So I don't tell people stories. I don't say things. I don't do things that is like, make up or whatever. I can't remember that shit. I remember the actual facts, and I can remember it every single time when I do, pull it back up. So it's hard for me to remember things because they dislodged my brain from my skull, moved it out into its larger skull enclosure that they made a one hat size bigger skull, and I had, problems with the brain thing. I can't remember shit. So I wrote down everything. And then I learned just speak the truth, speak what really happened, and it's easier to remember. And I don't have to remember shit no more. Now I get a little bit of shit from my kids about being too direct, too honest. Yeah, man, come over and blah, 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 this, that. Weren't you the one that said this? Oh, Dad, why would you bring that up? Why would you do that? Hey, that's what I remember. I'm saying what's on my mind. And, my kids think I should be a little bit more, thoughtful. But the way I see things now, since I've had the brain surgery, I just say what's on my mind. And it's always the truth and it's always real, So when I talk to you, it's fucking real, period. You don't have to worry about, is he lying about this? Is he sneaking about that? No, there is no bullshit, at all. I speak the truth. Harley Jim says, I have no filter without brain surgery. I like the way you are, Harley. Flowers with Orange says, yep, Big Rich speaks the truth, and you don't have to remember what you said to someone. Yes, you don't have, dude, it makes so much life is so much easier without having to remember what you said to this person, that person, that person, this and that. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck all that dumb shit. It's easier this way. Speak the truth. That's it. Sean Farrell says, shutting down, my guy. Stay strong. Love the Emerald Boa video. Can't wait for the upcoming week's video and lives. Peace, my friend. Tell you what, you're going to want to see Monday's video for sure. I can't even see this. My eyes are so watering up. Blake Weber says, was concerned about a roughly 80-year-old coworker having his dog pass unexpectedly. Dudes handled it so well, it went from feeling bad for him to hoping I handle it that well next time. So you know what? You learn, because when you're 80, you've already lost half of your friends. I mean, people pass, and it's been crazy. I've got a wall in the basement about, you know, this drummer, that singer, this, that, and they're all passed, you know. And I've got like the boots from this guy. I've got the bandana from this guy. I've got the guitar strap from this guy. I've got the sticks from this guy. All my bandmates, you know, people have passed. It's crazy. And I can't never say you get good at it, but you learn to accept it, and it's happening, so that now, you know, like an old guy losing his dog, I want to say that dog was probably his best friend, and he handled it amazingly because he's used to it now. People don't understand that. When you're 20, you think, you know, I'm going to take on the world. I'm going to do this. I'm going to fucking do that. I'm going to everything. And then when you're 70, you know, I'm 62, and I've lost half of my lifelong friends. I've had friends for 30 years that have died. And I can't replace that with another friend that's been here for 30 years. I can't. It's impossible. You know, these people, once they're gone, and that's it. And then having a dog, I couldn't believe my Goliath passed. You know, my Great Dane. It was only 7 years, but he was my best friend. I loved that dog. He absolutely treated me like he couldn't live without me, you know. And when he passed, it was fucked. So hope you guys can learn from that a little bit, maybe understand that a little bit. Blake says he gave that dog the best life it could have had. I don't know if your bandmates liked being leashed as much. No. But you get what I'm saying, you know. And here's another thing. Let me show some wisdom to you. Okay, we had band practice. We got a new drummer. We're with that drummer for like 3 months. We learned 60 songs. We're getting ready to play out. Oh, he got an offer from some band he thinks is better, and he leaves. Well, guess what? He's not playing out now, and we're not playing out now. You know what I'm saying? We have to find another drummer and then learn the songs that we've already learned, because every person comes in and wants to play different songs. So we learned all these songs that this drummer wanted to play, and he learned some of our songs that we already play. So we had to learn a bunch of new songs, and now he's gone. We get a new drummer, and he don't know any of these songs. He wants to play a bunch more. So we have to learn his songs while he's learning our songs to be able to play out. Here's the point. Here's the fucking kicker. If you were together, not only do you learn each other's songs and you can play out, but you're together and you're watching for the points that, like, hey, we've been together for 2 years. The drummer's going to fuck up at this point, or, you know, the guitarist, he can never get that squeal right, or the singer can't get this note right, and we're waiting for that to happen, and it happens, and blah blah blah, and we get past it. You'll never be that good with a 3-month person that just joined. You know what I'm saying? This is from staying together, staying. You know, that person that left thinking they're going to get better, they're not getting a better band, you know, and he got replaced later and blah, blah, blah. If you would have stayed together, a band member that's been together, or a marriage, been together for 10, 15, 20 years is way tighter together playing out than anything else. You know what I'm saying? You could have more talented people that aren't as tight with you because they haven't practiced with you, they haven't learned the songs you learned, and blah, blah, blah. It's just, you know, band sluts don't make the thing. People need to stay together and help each other and grow each other. Once you have that, you've got an amazing thing that you can fight the world, and you have your baby right behind you, pushing you to be all that you can be. You know what I'm saying? It's an amazing thing. Blake Weber says, rest in peace, Goliath. That hurt without knowing him. He was my best friend. You know, this stupid dog that was, you know, 5 foot long would want to be your little, he wanted to be like a couch potato. I mean, if I was sitting on the couch, he'd come over, he'd put his big butt on me, you know, and would sit. And, you know, next thing you know, he'd want to curl up, and then he'd want to get closer, and then he wanted to put his head next to my neck, you know. And I'm sitting there, and this huge dog is sitting all on top of me. He just wanted closer, you know. I loved that. That was amazing. I couldn't believe that. You know, that dog loved me. And, you know, I gave him a great life, but when he died, it was horrible. We had to carry him out of my fish room. My son and his buddy carried him out because he was 170 pounds. And his head just hanging over sideways. Oh my God. I couldn't video without, I was crying. It was horrible. He was the best dog I've ever had. You know, he was my best friend. I couldn't believe he passed in 7 years. He was only 7 years old. But, you know, you look up online, you know, Great Danes only last 5 to 7 years. And God damn it, he only lasted 7 years. He was my best friend. I'm still, you know, it's been 10 years. I'm still crying over him. He's such a good boy. I love that dog. I'm sorry, guys. Let me move on. Jem says, bandmates learn to read and play off each other when they stay together. Yes, you have to stay together to get somewheres. You know, have you guys ever heard of Mushroom Head? Big, awesome band, went everywhere, all through, you know, Germany, fucking toured everywhere. I got to know Jeffrey Nothing as my buddy, Jeff, you know, through my drummer from a band called Ultraviolence. And I was in Third Degree at the time. And we were at some show, and my singer didn't show up. But Jeffrey Nothing was in the audience, you know. So I invited him up to come and sing. So we're sitting there, and we start playing this and that. You know, we didn't know all the songs he knew, but he's a great singer, you know. And we played the songs that he knew. My singer didn't show up because he was a crackhead, and he sold my guitar because my bass. He was a bass player singer. He sold my bass, and so he didn't show up for the show because he didn't have a bass no more for crack, you know. So, you know, we're sitting there and we're at the show, and we can't do nothing without our singer. We invited Jeff up, and we played, quite a few songs. We did a good show, this and that, blah blah blah. But it just goes to show that later on I got with Jeffrey Nothing from Mushroom Head, and we were going to do a Judas Priest tribute band on the side. Forget Third Degree. We're still doing that, but we're going to do this on the side. Judas Priest tribute. He sounded exactly like Rob Halford. I mean, oh my God, he was good as singer. There's a song. Okay, Jeffrey Nothing from Mushroom Head was in a band called Hatrix, because that's his last name, Jeff Hatrix. If you go and look up Hatrix, the song called No One, you can see his talent. He is so good. Oh my God. So Jeffrey Nothing from Mushroom Head was Jeff Hatrix from the band Hatrix, and it was amazing. Go look up the song No One. It's amazing. I love that song. To this day, I still can't stop listening to it. It's amazing. But anyways, I forget what I was doing here. I forget why I said this. But yeah. Oh, anyways. Oh, I remember. I gave the worst fucking advice I've ever given anybody in my life. Jeff Hatrix comes to me and he's like, we're doing this side project, this Judas Priest tribute band, blah blah blah. But I've got this other band I'm in, and blah blah blah. We're doing that, and he said it's Mushroom Head. I'm like, that's a dumb name, And then he takes me over, and I see Mushroom Head, and I'm like, dude. After all that practice, listen. You need to stick with us and do this Judas Priest tribute band. You're going to be playing out within weeks and making money. That Mushroom Head thing ain't going to ever amount to nothing. Trust me. 6 months later, he was touring Germany. Like, holy shit, Mushroom Head took the fuck off. And it was the worst advice I ever gave anybody ever. It was crazy. All right, let me catch up on some of these comments here. Flowerhorn says, always wanted a Great Dane, but couldn't handle the time limit. They have, time limit they have. Sorry for your loss, Rich. Thank you. Emily, what does that say? Lewis says, do you have any old band footage you could upload to YouTube? I have a fuck ton on VHS. Bob Taylor says, deck. Here you go, Bob. All right, guys. Any more? It's 10:40. I've been on here since 5 o'clock. That's 5 hours and 40 minutes. Come on, this is way too long. Anybody got any more questions? Anything you got to say? No, nothing yet. Okay. Doopy says, Big Rich, digitize that footage. That stuff doesn't last forever. This is true. I haven't touched it in like 20 years. It's just been sitting in a box. Harley Gem says, Big Rich's tiny butt is getting sore. Summerlee says, it's Rich's nighttime. Yep. Depth Charge says, stay fishy, my friends. Blake Weber says, just to keep on keeping on, Rich. We love and support you. Oh, thank you. Chainsaw Trout says, stay fishy. There you go. Well, look, today is, I think, what is it, the 5th or 6th? Let me look at my phone. Today is the 5th. 31 days from now, Sue Ann, the depth charge will be here. And we're setting up for the live stream and the once a year, what do you want to call it? Once a year yard sale, yeah. Oh my God, aggressive fish lovers. Why would you say that? They say Reaper was in a band and we used to play the skin flute. I'm going to delete that. That's just wrong. Remove it. Okay. Doobie says, be very careful. My cassettes are all destroyed. Yeah, if you get them near a magnet, it will destroy them for sure. Nate says the long live streams are always the best. Max Payne says, will there be any weddings during the yard sale? I think Sue Ann and Depth Charge were going to renew their wedding vows when they're here. I'm not sure. I could be wrong, but I think that's what's happening. It's the only one I know of at the moment. Doobie says, just completely destroyed. Why? What happened? Oh, he's talking about his cassettes. They were all destroyed. Just completely destroyed. Flowers with Horn says, I can't wait for the next live. Hopefully one day make it out to the rescue in person. Come on by. Doobie says those tapes decay over time. Yeah, I know. Emily Lewis says, do you have any big vinyl record collection? I do. I have Queen is one of my albums I have in vinyl. I have Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo in concert. I have Kiss Alive 2. It was like the best album they ever had. I have Alice Cooper. Oh, here it is. I have Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. That was one of my favorite albums. Oh, Peter Frampton. Frampton Comes Alive. I've kept the most favorite of all my albums. EW says, I think my cat is psycho. She just jumped over the table and landed on the desk. Harley Gem says, 7 milk crates full of records, too many to name. I don't have that many. I have the ones I can name. Oh, and Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti, Zeppelin 2. I have all my albums I can keep in a one, milk crate. I don't have that many, but there are a bunch. The Gods are one of them for sure. I have that one. EW says, I have every Zeppelin record I could find as well. That's amazing. You know what? One of the older songs of Zeppelin was down, 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 down. Fucking amazing song. It was just amazing. Depth Charge says, I got a bunch of vinyl. How Many More Times was the name of the song for the Zeppelin song I was just talking about. And it was, I think it was the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, that song came out. But it's amazing. If you could hear it, and that bass is just amazing. Emily Lewis says, I love vinyl. They are just about expensive these days. Oh, yeah. I've got Rush Moving Pictures and 2112 on album too. Yes, the 2112 album. Fucking amazing. If you guys can look it up and educate yourself, listen to all the 2112 album. The whole album is fucking amazing. Can't forget Rush. Hell no. The La Villa Stringato onto, Vitor, all this stuff. Oh my God. Amazing. You need to hear the 2112 album in its entirety. Please go listen to it. Do yourself a favor. Bob Taylor says, we shooting for 6 hours? It was 5 o'clock I started. It's 10:48 now. It's going on 11. No, I don't think 6 hours. No. I'm done here. We're good. We're gonna go here in a couple minutes. Sue-Ann, 12 more minutes. Yep. I am out of my 4th drink. I'm done tearing up. I'm done talking about shit. Harley Jam says Fly By Night by Rush is one of my favorites. Great album. Absolutely. But see, a band that put out 20 some albums has absolutely, 50 top records, you know what I'm saying? Top songs. So absolutely. Rush was, how can you not, listen to a band that has 3 members? You got the Professor on the drum kit. You got Alex Lifeson on guitar, and Geddy Lee is singing, playing bass, and keyboards at the same fucking time. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. These people were talented. You know what I'm saying? QB says Monday video is going to be a good one. Can't wait. I'll let you guys know because you guys are here. You're only 71 people left. We fill up the 4,000 gallon tank. We got it done. We got the gravel in, got the tank, we got the water in. It's full. Okay, just for you guys. That's it. Bob Taylor says I wore out Kiss Alive on vinyl. I can see why. It's a beautiful, awesome album. EW says you should do a jam with Big Rich session for YouTube. Harley Jem says I wore out the Love Gun album. Kiss, even when they went unmasked, not my favorite time, but they went unmasked and they were, I was made for loving you. Jesus Christ, all this disco shit, but it fucking worked. Kiss has put out 40 albums. How can you deny Kiss? They are one of the greats, period. Emily Lewis says, I love Ozzy. Of course, who don't love Ozzy? Ozzy was one of the greats. Who can compete with Ronnie James Dio's? Ozzy can't. Ozzy did it before Ronnie James Dio. Ozzy was the man. Nobody could do it better than Ozzy. Ozzy went from Black Sabbath to Ozzy Osbourne, and then went on from there, and made a name for himself. Unbelievable. I see a bunch of at the bottom. I'm reading a lot of things here. Blake Weber says, whatever happened to Big Rich's bitchin' kitchen? I ain't on TikTok. Well, it got, it was okay, but I stopped doing it. And I started doing this, fish rescue thing because we were doing the rescue, and, I needed to make the money for the rescue. Nate says, wearing an Ozzy shirt right now. Emily Lewis says, what do you like more, fish or music? Music, absolutely. You guys got to understand. Okay. I built hot rods. I'd buy every car I could. I'd build it up. I'd hop it up. Bigger tires in the back, motor, blah, 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 and sell it. And when my middle kid got to be 15, I'm like, what kind of car do you want to build? And he said a Camaro, and I bought a Camaro for $1,600, and we took it apart all the way down to the subframe, and then there was the rear quarter. That went to Roman Chariot. $5,000 later, every quarter got replaced. No rust, no nothing, all brand new metal. Then we put on new doors, new fenders, new everything was brand new. So as of 2003, that car was a brand spanking new 2003 67 Camaro. The window fuzzies, the door trim, the rubber snubbers, everything was brand new. And the car was immaculate. And then I blew up that motor, which was a 468, which was a 454 bored 30 over. And I built a 540 cubic inch motor because someone gave me $8,000 for the motor that I blew up. And I started off with the 540 cubic inch motor with a blower and dual quads and all that stuff. And me and Richie built that car together, so that's why it's still here. Now me and Joshy built, when it came time for Joshy for a car, he's like, Dad, I don't like cars. I'm like, what kind of car do you want to build? And he's like, I don't like cars. What are you talking about? I guess for his young life, every time we'd get a crumb part, we'd get, go out in the garage or mount it. He sat around and played his video games, and he couldn't stand being in the garage. I didn't know I turned my own son off of cars. So Josh did not like cars. So I ended up building the rescue with Josh. I built the Camaro with Richie. I built the Ohio Fish Rescue with Josh. So each kid has their own thing they did with Dad, Let me see. Okay, here's a question I can't answer. Flowers with Horn says, Big Rich, question, how thick does the acrylic need to be at the front of the panel going to be a span of 6 foot by 2 foot? 6 foot long, 2 foot tall, if that's the answer, if that's how it's going to be. 2 foot tall only needs a 1/2 inch thick acrylic. I mean, very thin. At 36 inches, you need 3/4 inch. At 40 inches, you need 1 inch. Okay. I hope that answers your question. MK Cichlid says Ozzy definitely made a bigger career of it in the long run, but no one can deny that Dio is a legend in his own right. Absolutely. I agree with you 100%, MK Cichlids. Dio was the man. They put out they put out 2 albums together with Black Sabbath, or Dio, you know, and they were amazing. You know, Dio's got one hell of a voice. Sue Ann goes, rubber snubbers. Okay. When you close a door, there's a rubber thing that is on the door and it has 2 holes and it plugs into that, and it's a rubber snubber. And when you close the door, that's it. That's what hits. You know what I'm saying? Sorry if you don't know that, but it's a rubber snubber. Okay, Flowerhorn says, awesome. Thank you, Big Rich. So it's the height that matters. Yes, definitely. The higher you go, the thicker it has to be. And I can tell you, you know, the thickness you need to be for certain heights. But yeah, for sure, it is the height. Because I don't care if you're let's say you have a 4 foot by 6 foot opening, right? And your tank is 20 foot long. That doesn't matter. If it's 20 inches tall, you can have this. If it's 40 inches tall, it's the depth that makes more pressure. Okay. So if you have your tank 6 foot tall, you're going to need 2.5 inches acrylic, or I think it's 1.5 inches of glass, maybe 2 inches of glass. I don't remember. But yeah, the depth is the point that you know tells you, because the higher the depth, the more pressure on that window. It don't matter the length. It don't matter any of that. You know what I'm saying? It matters the depth is the point. Flowerhorn says Big Rich, is the glass the same thickness at 2 feet tall? 2 feet tall is really nothing, and you can go get away with 1/2 inch thick glass for sure. When you get to 3 foot, now it matters because the pressure, the weight. But you know, 6 inches to 2 feet isn't really much difference. When you get to 3 foot, now you got a big pressure difference. MK Cichlid says, even toward the end, Dio released an album that had a song titled Bible Black. Amazing vocals, even then. Yeah, that man was amazing, for sure. He's one of my all-time favorite singers, for sure. MK Cichlid says, I still listen to Man in Silver Mountain. Of course, who don't? To this day, yeah. You can't deny that song, for sure. I mean, Dio. Ozzy couldn't do it. Dio did it. You know what I'm saying? It's amazing. Doopy says, if you have a small window 6 foot down, you have to deal with the pressure. Even if it's a small window, it has to be thicker. Yes, it absolutely does. It is all about the depth, not about, you know, the viewing or nothing like that. The deeper you go, the thicker you have to be, for sure. Okay, Flowers with Horn says, awesome. I want to go taller, but finding glass here on the island is rough. We can only get 75-gallon tanks here to do ponds, but want to see my beauties from the side. Well, a 75-gallon tank is what, 23 inches tall? You can still use the front glass and the back glass as your front viewing glass on a 75-gallon, and I think it's 23 inches tall. You can go that deep, no problem. You can put that near the top and have your tank probably 4 foot deep, and then you have the 23 inches at the top of the two windows, so you can be, you know, way wide, because that's 4 foot and 4 foot. Out of a 175-gallon tank, you can make a big tank for sure. So it don't matter how tall, you can go 10 foot tall. If you have your 75-gallon tank glass at the front, at the top, it ain't gonna bust. You're good. It's the pressure, the deeper you go is the problem. Flowerhorn says, thanks. Thanks. Good to know, Big Rich. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm here to help people. You know, that's what I'm here for. All right, guys. It's after 11. I'm out of here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Had a good time. And we're out of here. So love you guys. And I look forward to every, you know, Stay Fishy Friday. It's awesome. Love hanging out with you.